Chapter 324, Sword Formation Master. Chapter 324, Sword Formation Master. Su Zimo has already crossed more than half of the water region. What is he trying to do? By the looks of it, he seems to be sprinting towards the boundaries of the region. The wood region was right beside the water region, and Feng Haoyu's metal region was after the wood region. Could it be? Many cultivators looked on with shock as they thought of a possibility. However, they agreed that their deduction was way too absurd. Xian Yi and Liu Hui exchanged glances. Both could tell of the seriousness in the other's eyes. They had a slight understanding towards Su Zimo's character as well. This was a man with the heart of a tiger and was decisive in his kills. If Su Zimo could say something like "I can't rest as long as Feng Haoyu's alive," there was a possibility that he would truly cross the regions and hunt Feng Haoyu down, to the death. But, was that possible? The disparity in strength between the two of them aside, the Grade 4 killing formations between the regions were enough to block anyone. Grade 4 killing formations far exceeded the scope of spirit energy and contained supreme dharmic powers. Even golden cores would be destroyed in body and spirit if they were to enter 5 elements umbrella, water region. Su Zimo sped the entire way without concealing his tracks at all. At the same time, the number of cultivators he attracted were increasing. There were more than 100 by now. The 100-odd Foundation Establishment cultivators were all at higher cultivation realms than Su Zimo at 4 meridians. Even further away, other cultivators were rushing over. As everyone expected, he had turned into the greatest target the moment he entered the 5 elements umbrella. The intersection of the wood and water region was not far away. A gigantic light screen stood erected between heaven and earth, extending boundlessly into the distance. There were waves of light shimmering on the screen in a mysterious and beautiful manner. It exuded a frightening aura, as though it was warning the cultivators within the 5 elements umbrella to stay away from it. Su Zimo slowed down and gradually stopped. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 Foundation Establishment cultivators surrounded him from all directions. Unfriendly and murderous, they sealed all of Su Zimo's escape path. There were even more cultivators waiting outside the encirclement, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Su Zimo was expressionless as he swept his gaze across the crowd. He paused for a brief moment when he caught sight of a familiar figure in the crowd. Shun Mengqi was among the 100-odd cultivators that were surrounding him. She looked at Su Zimo with a complicated expression and sighed gently. Su Zimo, even a 5-meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator, is doomed if he were to get encircled by more than 104 meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators. You won't be able to escape. Su Zimo scoffed coldly with an indifferent expression without even looking at her. For certain people, I only have a word of advice. Don't seek trouble for yourself and scram as far as possible. Zang, zang, zang. Waving his robes, a sword glow flew out of his storage bag and hovered before him. Everyone focused their gazes and shuddered. 18 flying swords. The 18 flying swords were neatly arranged, shining with resplendence and sharpness. They were all supreme-grade flying sword. Kill him and those supreme-grade flying swords would be ours. A Foundation Establishment cultivator was so jealous that he was almost losing his mind. Everyone, let's strike together so that he doesn't have a chance to crush the Jade Talisman. Right then, a 4-meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator of True Fire sect shouted and summoned his flying sword. It shone brightly and had a frosty cold aura. The 100-odd Foundation Establishment cultivators that were in the encirclement were already lusting with greed to begin with. When they heard that shout, they struck immediately without hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, countless spirit lights shone and many flying swords interweaved in the air, forming a huge net that engulfed Su Zimo. Outside the 5 elements umbrella, many golden cores were stunned when they saw that Su Zimo had summoned as many as 18 supreme-grade flying swords. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and exclaimed softly. He noticed that the 18 flying swords were identical in terms of length, width and etched patterns. Could it be? The Emperor's gaze landed on Xian Yi. Xian Yi of Ethereal Peak was one of the rare few sword formation masters out there, and Ethereal Peak's hexagonal sword formation was also renowned through the Great Zhou dynasty. Before the emperor could finish his thought, he heard a cry from the crowd. Goodness, what is that? That seems to be a formation. Sword formation master. Suzimo is a sword formation master. Within the water region, Suzimo controlled 18 supreme-grade flying swords, dividing them into 3 groups of 6 flying swords each. Each flying sword shuttled through the air, leaving behind streams of sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the 6 flying swords formed a star-shaped sword formation that shone with a bedazzling light. Hexagonal sword formation. 3 hexagonal sword formations spun around Suzimo like gigantic spinning wheels. They circled and blocked off all the incoming flying sword. Everyone, don't give up. Suzimo's spirit energy expenditure must have reached the limit for controlling 18 flying sword. If we continue persisting, he'll definitely have no strength left to retaliate and will die. The moment that Foundation Establishment cultivator of True Fire sect spoke, Suzimo's voice sounded indifferently. Instant thunder. Suzimo conjured a spirit seal and pointed towards the sky with one finger while controlling his flying swords. Snap. A giant thunderbolt struck the crowd, bursting forth with a dazzling ball of lightning. More than 10 Foundation Establishment cultivators were caught off guard. They were struck by the thunderbolt and fell to the ground, shrieking continuously. Even though that cultivator of True Fire sect had crushed a protection talisman preemptively and defended against the thunderbolt, he looked clearly wretched and was filled with lingering fear. He was right. Suzimo indeed did not have much spirit energy left to release spirit arts. However, Suzimo's power of thunder originated from his bloodline. The energy contained within was even more terrifying than his 3 meridian spirit energy. Go! Suzimo waved his hand and a hexagonal sword formation sped off, deflecting a series of incoming flying swords and piercing into the crowd. Poof! 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 Blood spurted out and the air was filled with the stench of blood. Some cultivators were already injured after barely withstanding the might of thunder. How could they have enough energy left to resist the hexagonal sword formation made up of supreme-grade flying swords? It crushed everything in its path. Some of the more alert cultivators crushed their jade talismans preemptively and left the 5 elements umbrella. Even though they were indignant, their lives were spared. As for some of the cultivators who were greedier and still harbored designs on Suzimo's supreme-grade spirit weapons, most of them died under the hexagonal sword formation. There was also a portion of powerful cultivators who managed to defend against the might of the hexagonal sword formation. However, they were left severely injured and completely lost their chance for a spot in the spirit ranking. In the blink of an eye, more than 104 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators were destroyed by Suzimo and were in a complete mess. In the square, the 100,000-odd Foundation Establishment cultivators gasped with agape mouths. The scene before them had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. No one would have expected that a 3 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator would be invincible within the 5 elements umbrella and even cause such a bloody storm. One of the cultivators lamented, "I've heard that sword formation masters are almost invincible amongst cultivators of the same realm." Seems like those words were not exaggerated at all. 18 supreme-grade flying swords and a grade 2 formation. Suzimo's combat strength was not weaker than 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators. Chapter 325, Crossing Regions. Chapter 325, Crossing Regions. Go. Suddenly, a figure dashed over at lightning speed, radiating a powerful aura. Beneath his clothes, 5 spirit meridians shimmered and spirit energy gushed. It was the only 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator in the water region, Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak. Phew! Before Ji Chengtian had even arrived, a sword beam shot out through a tremble of his sleeves. The strange thing was that just as the sword beam flashed, it disappeared without a trace along with the flying sword. It was as though the sword beam was just an illusion. Everyone, watch out! That's one of Ethereal Peak's secret skills. One of the Foundation Establishment cultivators exclaimed in shock. The moment he finished speaking, a sharp blade penetrated his shoulder blood and fresh blood gushed out as he fell. Even till the end, that person had not managed to discover any traces of the flying sword. There were 3 levels to Ethereal Sword. First was Shadows and second was Void. The fact that Ji Chengtian had summoned his flying sword and yet it was hidden and almost undetectable meant that he had already cultivated to the void realm. But of course, the so-called void was not without a trace, it was merely extremely difficult to detect. With Ji Chengtian's spirit energy as a 5 meridian coupled with the secret skill of ethereal peak, ripples appeared in the void wherever his flying sword passed. It appeared unpredictably followed by flashes of blood and repeated shrieks. Initially, the 100-odd Foundation establishment cultivators who were surrounding Su Zimo were already massively defeated by his hexagonal sword formation. Now that they were being harvested by Ji Chengtian's flying sword, they were instantly annihilated. While more cultivators were gathering in the surroundings, none of them dared to act rashly. Ji Chengtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Su Zimo was fine. Thankfully, I wasn't too late. Thank you, senior brother Ji. Su Zimo nodded and expressed his thanks. Scanning his surroundings, Ji Chengtian said in a low voice, there are still hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators left in the water region. If we were to get trapped, it'll be easy for us to get hurt as well. Junior brother Su, follow me closely. We'll leave this place first. Su Zimo shook his head. Senior brother Ji, hurry and leave first. You don't have to bother about me. Junior brother Su, what do you mean by that? Ji Chengtian frowned and was perplexed. Pausing for a moment, he came to a realization. Don't worry, junior brother Su. I'll guarantee your safety with me around. Su Zimo turned to look at the gigantic light screen not far away and kept silent. Junior brother Su, you. Ji Chengtian's lips slowly opened as though he had thought of something. Nodding with a smile, Su Zimo retracted his 18 supreme-grade flying swords and walked towards the gigantic light screen. His footsteps were firm without any hesitation. Before participating in the spirit ranking competition, Su Zimo had already understood that his only chance of killing Feng Haoyu was within the 5 elements umbrella. After the end of the sect competition, the Blood Crow King would accompany Feng Haoyu and they were in the capital to boot. Su Zimo would have no chance of striking. If they were to enter the ancient battlefield, no one could predict what would happen in that completely unfamiliar environment. Therefore, Su Zimo had already made a decision the moment he entered the water region. He would kill Feng Haoyu even if it meant that he had to cross 2 grade 4 killing formation. Ah! At the spectator area, Ji Yaoshue jolted up and exclaimed in shock as her expression changed. Seems like Su Zimo is really going to cross the regions. Fufu, he's honestly too naive and doesn't listen to advice. He can't blame anyone for having a death wish. Ji Yaoshue turned around hurriedly, hoping that the emperor could teleport Su Zimo out. Noticing Ji Yaoshue's actions, perfected being Kang Lang said all of a sudden, Third Princess, the spirit ranking competition has already begun and outsiders can't interfere casually. Otherwise, what integrity is there to speak of for the sect competition? That's right, the elders of True Fire sect chimed in hurriedly. Back when the emperor allocated Su Zimo into the water region, perfected being Kang Lang and the others were already dissatisfied. However, they could not express their displeasure clearly. Now that perfected being Kang Lang made that statement in front of everyone, it would be hard for the emperor to save Su Zimo even if he wanted to. What should we do, senior brother? Think of something. Liu Hui looked anxious. Pondering for a moment, Xianyi suddenly said, Junior sister, do you remember that year's 5 peaks face-off where Zimo attained number 1 of 4 peaks? Array peak was one of them. So what? Liu Hui frowned. If you tell me that Zimo is talented in array formations and is already able to set up and dispel grade 3 formations, I can believe that. However, grade 4 formations can only be set up by nascent souls and they delve into the profoundness of dharmic powers. Even you can't deal with them, let alone Zimo. The 5 elements umbrella is the Emperor's dharmic weapon and those are grade 4 killing formations inside. Zimo's practically headed for death. Liu Hui sighed deeply again. There's something that none of you know. Xianyi replied, back when Zimo crossed the 10 formations pagoda, he dispelled the killing formations at the fastest possible speed. What do you mean? Liu Hui was taken aback. Xianyi lamented, it's hard to say if it's other types of array formations. However, Zimo might have some unique method of dispelling killing formations. Look, he's already inside. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. In the water region, Su Zimo had already entered the gigantic light screen into a grade 4 killing formation. Ji Yaoxue and the others watched the five elements umbrella nervously with fixed gazes and bated breaths. The moment Su Zimo crossed the light screen, the scenery before him changed. Suddenly, he was located in a huge valley with thick, steep walls on both sides. Before he could think about it, there was a loud boom in front of him and the mountains shook. A huge torrent rushed over from the front and gushed into the valley, rumbling in a furious manner. Su Zimo summoned his flying sword and soared into the skies hurriedly. While it seemed like a simple torrent, Su Zimo's spirit perception alerted him that the torrent was extremely dangerous. Even a single splash could not be underestimated. The moment Su Zimo rose into the air, everything above him was pitch black as though his vision was blocked. Raising his head, he saw that the valley was shaken, rocks slid down and the flowers and trees on both sides of the valley were falling along in the mudslide. This killing formation was situated between the water and wood regions. Every single drop of water and piece of wood within the formation was condensed with supreme dharmic powers. Even a single drop of water or leaf was more than enough to destroy a foundation establishment cultivator. Endless pieces of wood fell from above, covering the skies while a torrential current surged beneath him. Su Zimo was in a hopeless situation. Right then, Su Zimo closed his eyes. By now, his five senses were useless. The only way for him to get out of the valley alive was to use his spirit perception. Killing formations were immensely powerful. However, in a similar fashion, the flaws within killing formations were the most obvious out of the few types of formations. Su Zimo rode on his flying sword, maneuvering within an extremely narrow space. Occasionally, he would accelerate to dodge an incoming wave. Sometimes, he would pause suddenly and manage to dodge falling branches before him. Between the water and wood formed by the supreme dharmic powers and everyone's shocked gazes, Su Zimo advanced through the narrow gap carefully and closed in towards the wood region. Chapter 326, Honest Man. Chapter 326, Honest Man. The torrent and fallen trees formed from the supreme dharmic powers shook the entire world, exuding an imposing aura. Even the audiences were able to feel that power of annihilation as though they were experiencing it personally. In the square, some of the cultivators were so scared that their faces were pale despite merely watching. That was the power of grade 4 killing formations. That was the power that belonged to the Dharma. Be it spirit energy, art or weapons, none of them could be stronger than dharmic powers, arts and weapons. One can only understand the secrets of the Dharma after entering nascent soul state and cultivating an essence spirit. Even golden cores can't comprehend them. Between the endless falling trees and torrential waves, the figure that was moving forward was so tiny. In fact, it looked a little humble, as though it could be crushed into nothingness at any moment. However, for some reason, everyone was feeling a deep sense of shock that was even more intense than the impact of a grade 4 killing formation. What sort of a willpower did that man possess? Despite the arduous dangers that were laden with killing intent, no one could stop his intentions. If he wanted to kill someone today, they would not get to live till the next day. Peak Master Wen Xian's wish was finally going to be fulfilled by someone. In the battle at Dongling Valley, many ethereal peak disciples perished. Someone was going to have to pay for that debt. I can't rest as long as Feng Haoyu's alive. Dai Yu was not wrong. There was indeed a ferocious tiger hidden within Su Zimo's heart that was sleeping. Back when Dai Yu brought Su Zimo onto the path of cultivation, that ferocious tiger had already awoken. Naturally, people were meant to be eaten when a ferocious tiger was awake. Both in the square and at the spectator area, more than 100,000 pairs of eyes watched that figure cross the treacheries of a grade 4 killing formation. It was extremely silent and no one spoke. How did he do it? Even as a nascent soul, the Emperor could not understand what was going on. Hehe, that nerd's full of surprises. He's truly getting more interesting by the day. Ji Yaoxue pursed her lips together and smiled, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons. Ji Yu she gave a half-smile and rolled her eyes at Demonist Ji, her gaze shimmered. Look, he's about to cross it. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Su Zimo crossed to the wood region from the water region. Everyone from Ethereal Peak heaved a sigh of relief and looked invigorated. Discussions rose from the crowd again. By the looks of it, perhaps only 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators are able to stop Suzimo now. There are 2 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the Wood region, Shijian of Southern Mountains sect and an itinerant cultivator. Suzimo must be absolutely tuckered out after crossing a grade 4 killing formation. He will most likely die if he were to encounter a 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. At the spectator area, perfected being Yun Shan of Southern Mountains sect gloated and lamented, seems like Suzimo's storage bag is about to land in the hands of Southern Mountains sect. Crossing the grade 4 killing formation, Suzimo arrived at the Wood region. Even though he survived the dangerous journey, Suzimo's mental and spirit energy were extremely taxed and his green robe was drenched in sweat. That was a grade 4 killing formation. If it was a grade 5 killing formation, Suzimo reckoned that even with his keen spirit perception, his body would not be able to react in time and he would die within. It was way too dangerous. Behind him was the grade 4 killing formation and there were no other cultivators nearby. Retrieving 2 superior grade spirit stones from his storage bag, Suzimo sped forward while recovering spirit energy. He had to recover his spirit energy completely before arriving at the next grade 4 killing formation. As such, Suzimo chose to conserve spirit energy by sprinting on the ground instead of riding his flying sword. However, his speed was not compromised. Along the way, he encountered many signs of fighting. There were even some corpses on the ground with warmth. The cultivators had died without being able to crush their jade talismans in time. Hey! After a while, an exclamation was heard. A figure flashed forward and blocked Suzimo's path. Raising his head, Suzimo saw that it was the legacy disciple of Southern Mountains sect, Shijian. He was one of the hot favorites for the spirit ranking competition and it was said that he was also at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. Greetings, Mr. Mo. I am Shijian. To Suzimo's surprise, Shijian was unlike other cultivators and did not attack him right away. Instead, the latter cupped his fists and greeted. When he saw that this person looked simple and honest, Suzimo had a better impression of him and nodded in response. Are you also located in the Wood region, Mr. Mo? I'm seeing you for the first time. There was no way Shijian would know that Suzimo had crossed over from the water region. Suzimo did not explain and merely smiled. Shijian looked uneasy. He wanted to say something but stopped himself, as though he was too embarrassed to do so. What's the matter? Suzimo raised his brow slightly. Shijian hesitated for a moment before replying, Well, I'm also here for your blood quencher, Mr. Mo. Suzimo's gaze turned cold. Bowing hurriedly, Shijian explained himself, however, that was not my intention. I can't defy my master's orders. I seek your understanding in this, fellow Daoist. Suzimo noticed that Shijian's words were sincere and did not seem like he was lying. He truly had no choice. It was only then that Suzimo's expression relaxed and the killing intent in his heart dissipated. Shijian continued, Mr. Mo, don't worry, I will definitely not harm your life. Furthermore, as an exchange, I will do my best to help guarantee a spot in the spirit ranking for you. There were 2 slots for every region. By saying that, Shijian was implying that he would try his best to help Suzimo obtain the other spot in the Wood region. Suzimo smiled but did not say anything. Shijian did not know what happened in the water region nor did he know of Suzimo's motives. When he saw Suzimo smile, he misunderstood and thought for a long time before saying, Mr. Mo, I know that perfect spirit weapons are priceless. However, there's not much I can do. How about this? Apart from helping you obtain a spot in the spirit ranking, I'll give you all the treasures in my storage bag. There's no need to say anything more, let's fight. Suzimo said with a calm expression. Ah! Shijian was stunned for a moment and asked confusedly, Mr. Mo, do you want to fight me? If I didn't see wrongly, you only just advanced to 3 Meridian Foundation establishment while I'm at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. You're not going to be my match. Suzimo smiled and replied, if you beat me, Blood Quencher will naturally be yours. Shijian pondered for a long time before nodding. However, his expression was still somewhat lost, as though he could not understand Su Zimo's intentions. Retrieving an alloy steel rod that was engraved with complicated patterns from his storage bag, Shi Jian injected spirit energy into it and the rod shone with 3 spirit pattern. It was a superior grade spirit weapon. Mr. Mo, you have to be careful. Southern Mountains sect prides ourselves in our strong physique and melee combat is our forte. As if afraid that Su Zimo would not know of his prowess, Shi Jian reminded again. Su Zimo nodded. After waiting for a while, Shi Jian noticed that Su Zimo's hands were still empty and the latter had not summoned any flying swords or other spirit weapon. Coughing gently, Shi Jian reminded him kindly, Mr. Mo, you've got to use flying swords or other weapons against cultivators like us who specialize in melee combat. That way, you can increase the distance between us and prevent me from getting close. Shi Jian gestured in a serious manner and continued, look, the way you are right now, I'll be able to reach you within a few steps. It'll be too late for you to summon a flying sword by then. Within a single move, you will be defeated. Outside the 5 elements umbrella, the 100,000-odd cultivators stared in bewilderment. Shui Yi could not help but lament, this brother Shi is truly a honest man. Chapter 327, Something Impossible. Chapter 327, Something Impossible. Su Zimo did not continue explaining to Shi Jian. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he took a step forward. Boom! With that single step, the ground shook. It was the stance of the plow heaven stride. At its maximum extent, it could even plow a ravine in the heavens. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had truly arrived nearby. Shi Jian's heart skipped a beat and he had no time to think. Sensing the danger, he subconsciously struck out and the alloy steel rod in his hands shone brightly, sweeping towards Su Zimo. With an unchanged expression, Su Zimo welcomed the attack with his soft palm. Su Zimo's palm looked to be fair and weak as his long, slender fingers slid on the surface of the incoming long rod. With a sudden burst of strength, he coiled and trembled. Ah! Shi Jian exclaimed and his hand cracked, blood dripping from his palm. That moment of distraction was all it took for Shi Jian's alloy steel rod to end up in Su Zimo's hands instead. That gigantic steel rod was pressed against Shi Jian's throat, emitting a cold and chilling aura. As long as Su Zimo exerted strength, Shi Jian's throat would be smashed to pieces. As Shi Jian had said, a single move was all it took. However, the one that lost was him, not Su Zimo. Throughout the entire process, Shi Jian was dumbfounded. He lost without even understanding anything. Even when Su Zimo returned the alloy steel rod by stuffing it in Shi Jian's hand, the latter could not really react to it and muttered instinctively, "Thank you." Shi Jian had a simple and honest character that was a little cute even. He did not have much animosity towards Su Zimo and merely had no choice. As such, Su Zimo would naturally not hurt his life. How many cultivators are left in the wood region? Su Zimo asked. Shi Jian's mind was in a mess. He was still thinking about what had happened earlier, and replied, "I'm not sure about the exact figure. However, I'm certain that more than half have been eliminated." Su Zimo frowned. In other words, if he lingered too long in the wood region, it might already be too late by the time he crossed this region and another grade 4 killing formation to reach the metal region. After all, the battle royal in a region would end when there were only 2 people remaining. Those 2 would also be teleported out. Therefore, Su Zimo had to get to the metal region as soon as possible to get a chance to kill Feng Haoyu. Some cultivators were already noticing the activity around the area and were watching from afar. It looked like more were gathering. If he was surrounded by those cultivators again, Su Zimo might truly not make it in time. At that thought, his figure flashed and he tunneled into a dense forest at the side. "Mr. Mo, where are you going?" Shi Jian asked. "The metal region." After a while, Su Zimo's voice could be heard from deep within the forest. "Mr. Mo, you really love to joke. Metal region, huh? You might as well say that you're flying into the heavens." Shi Jian rubbed the back of his head and mumbled before turning to leave. After walking for a while, when no one was around, Shi Jian retrieved his alloy steel rod from his storage bag all of a sudden. He had a grave expression as though he was met with a great enemy. With widened eyes, Shi Jian stared at the alloy steel rod in his hands for a long time. After a while, He slapped his head in realization. I got it. During that fight earlier on, my rod was snatched away by Mr. Mo and he returned it to me thereafter. Mr. Mo is truly a nice guy. Shi Jian lamented. At the spectator area, perfected being Yun Shan frowned as he covered his face and gave a long sigh. In the wood region, there was a sumptuous variety of plants and leaves. Ancient trees, bushes, vines, and grasslands were connected together, green and full of vitality. Of course, that seemingly peaceful place also possessed endless killing intent. The forest was practically a paradise for spirit demons, and one would die there with a single misstep. Some cultivators had discovered Su Zimo's traces, but he burrowed into the forest before they could strike. Everyone had no choice but to chase after him. The onlookers outside the Five Elements umbrella were seeing things more clearly. In their eyes, cultivators were being lured into the forest repeatedly without being able to escape. Those cultivators would often chase endlessly before losing track of Su Zimo. By the time they realized what was happening, they would already be surrounded by spirit demons. Is that Su Zimo born in the year of the monkey? Scurrying left and right, he's gone in the blink of an eye. At the spectator area, some of the golden cores grumbled indignantly when they saw their disciples being played like fools. When he heard that, Shenyi chuckled internally. Back when he joined Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo's skills were truly similar to a monkey's as he scaled the walls of the steep mountain like he was on the ground. The Emperor frowned. He realized that he could no longer see through Su Zimo. How did a scholar from a remote town of a vassal state gain such capabilities? In the wood region, Su Zimo arrived at the edge without wasting too much time and dived headfirst into the Grade 4 killing formation. He was still cautious as ever, inching arduously towards the metal region step by step as though he was on thin ice. It was only then that the audience realized. Su Zimo was truly able to cross two regions and killing formations to enter the metal region. However, was it possible for him to kill Feng Haoyu? Many cultivators had caught a rough glimpse of how Feng Haoyu was killing others as well. It was a one-sided crush. Apart from 5 spirit meridians and Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills, Feng Haoyu seemed to be in possession of some unique secret skills that were sinister and mysterious. All of those methods not only showed how terrifying Feng Haoyu was, it enabled him to crush the other cultivators completely as well. One would not even consider killing someone like Feng Haoyu. In fact, even if Su Zimo merely wanted to defeat Feng Haoyu, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens given his current capabilities. Perfected Lord Ming Zi pondered deeply. If Su Zimo can close in to Feng Haoyu, there might be a chance of him winning. It's too difficult. The Emperor shook his head. Feng Haoyu possesses ethereal wings. Be it in terms of speed or agility, he is far superior compared to Sword Kinnes's flight. There's no way Su Zimo will be able to close in. Pausing for a moment, the Emperor continued, in other words, even if Su Zimo could close in, the most he can do is defeat Feng Haoyu. How is he going to kill that guy? Perfected Lord Ming Zi nodded as well. In the worst-case scenario, even if Feng Haoyu was not a match for Su Zimo, he had the escape jade talisman in his possession that he could crush as long as he sensed something amiss about the situation. There were not many cultivators remaining in the metal region. Apart from Feng Haoyu, the other 5 Meridian cultivator, He Jiang of True Fire Sect was inside as well. Furthermore, both of them were enemies with Su Zimo. Even if Su Zimo could barge into the metal region, it would be impossible for him to kill Feng Haoyu given such circumstances. Auntie Ji, guess what will happen in the end? Demoness Ji whispered. Ji Yushi's gaze swept past the face of the Blood Crow King who was nearby and shook her head. The outcome inside isn't important. Su Zimo has already offended that person from Blood Crow Palace and is doomed. Chapter 328 Final Battle. Chapter 328 Final Battle. The battle royals in the 5 regions were gradually coming to an end. The 1,000-odd cultivators in each region had whittled down to less than 100. These remaining cultivators were the strongest ones with the most methods. At the edge of the metal region, there was a huge, shimmering light screen that connected heaven and earth. There was no one nearby, even spirit demons would not linger around this area. All of a sudden, A figure slowly walked out of the light screen. His green robes were almost drenched in sweat and he could not conceal his fatigue. After crossing the killing formation, the green-robed cultivator's eyes were still closed as he sensed the long-awaited peace and tranquility around him. Letting out a deep sigh, he savored the feeling of life after escaping a calamity. A long time later, the green-robed cultivator opened his eyes and stared into the distance with a deep gaze, murmuring, "Here I come." In the Five Elements umbrella, it was impossible for one to hide until the end. There were countless birds and beasts within every region of the Five Elements umbrella. If any outsider were to linger in a certain place, they would definitely attract spirit demons to hunt them, and that would result in a battle, revealing their location. Even if they were lucky enough to escape the initial chaos, once a region has less than 50 people remaining, all of them would be teleported to the very core of the region for a final battle no matter where they were located. This was the final battle, and at the end of the day, everything depended on one's strength. Metal region, core area. 50 beams of light flashed as figures appeared out of nowhere. Most of them were soaked in blood and some were even injured. Only a rare few looked idyllic and were neatly attired. Among them, a corpse had been teleported here as well. It laid on the ground motionlessly, its body plump and its face mangled such that its appearance could no longer be made out. There was a deep gash on its neck that was horrifying to look at. In reality, if it was truly a corpse, it would not have been teleported over. However, now that the 50 cultivators were gathered all of a sudden, all of them became extremely nervous as though they were faced with great enemies. All of them pulled their distance away and no one noticed the corpse on the ground. He Jiang of True Fire Sect held a small tripod cauldron in his left hand while his right index finger controlled a flying sword that scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze landed on someone and froze with a deep killing intent. Feng Haoyu's hands were behind his back and he had a haughty expression as he looked around casually. All of a sudden, his eyes narrowed and he smirked. The rest of the cultivator's attention was initially on Feng Haoyu and He Jiang, the two 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. Now that everyone saw the strange expressions on their faces, they could not help but look in the same direction. Not far away, a green-robed cultivator stood with a calm expression. He had delicate features, looking like a frail scholar. Su Zimo. Mr. Mo. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. The flesh on the corpse's face suddenly twitched. Su Zimo, I didn't expect you to persevere till now. I'm truly impressed. Feng Haoyu laughed as he clapped his hands. With Su Zimo's appearance, a magical change suddenly occurred on the battlefield. Many cultivators began to harbor designs on Su Zimo. The attraction of a perfect spirit weapon was too great for everyone. If they could steal Su Zimo's storage bag and crush their jade talismans to escape from the place, they would benefit even if they lost the rights for a spot in the spirit ranking. Su Zimo, you killed my younger brother. I'm going to make you pay with blood. He Jiang's voice was chilling to the bones with endless hatred. The surrounding cultivators summoned their flying swords and stared at Su Zimo with greed in their eyes. Feng Haoyu looked at the situation calmly and shrugged his shoulders gently, saying in a relaxed manner, "Seems like I don't even have to make a move myself. Su Zimo, you're now the common target. No one is going to help you." The moment Feng Haoyu said that, the corpse on the ground suddenly jumped up. That rotund body was surprisingly agile as it rolled across the ground. Arriving in front of a cultivator, it extended a chubby palm and slapped the escape jade talisman that was hanging on the cultivator's waist. The person had a blank look on his face. Before he could even react, he was teleported out of the 5 Elements umbrella by a beam of light. Extending its sleeves to wipe away the blood on its face and the gash disguise on its neck, the corpse revealed a round face. It was Little Fatty of Ethereal Peak. Little Fatty pointed at Feng Haoyu and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting, traitor? Am I not a person?" He ran to Su Zimo's side and whispered, "Bro, don't worry. I'm here. If that doesn't work out, we'll crush the jade talisman and escape." In reality, Little Fatty could have continued with his disguise and held on to the end if not for the fact that he was worried Su Zimo had to fight alone. Little Fatty was not the only one who had thought up such a method. However, he was the one with the thickest skin. There were more than 100,000 cultivators and golden cores of various sects spectating outside. Which cultivator would want to disguise themselves as such an fake death to sail through the competition? Su Zimo patted Little Fatty's shoulder to reassure him before turning around and replying coldly, "Feng Haoyu, don't waste time talking. Prepare to die." Right after he said that, Su Zimo walked towards Feng Haoyu at a decent speed. "Go." The eyes of one of the cultivators ahead lit up and he suddenly struck. Using his flying sword in one hand, he stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella while conjuring a spirit seal with his other hand. Using divine steed fleeting, Su Zimo suddenly accelerated, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as he dodged the incoming flying sword by a hair's breadth and appeared before that person instantaneously. That person merely saw a flash before his eyes as a massive fist landed on his head heavily. The next moment, that person felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness completely. Everyone was shocked. Within a single round, that 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator died on the spot before he could even conjure his spirit art. Everyone had heard that Su Zimo was strong in melee combat, but no one expected him to be this strong. Everyone dispersed one after another, distancing themselves from Su Zimo. Su Zimo's gaze was burning and was locked on Feng Haoyu right from the beginning. His killing intent was intensifying and a chilling aura emanated from him, as though he was a ferocious beast that was treading through a sea of corpses. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a shimmering pair of spirit wings flapped from Feng Haoyu's back. He soared into the air and looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile, his eyes filled with mockery. On the other side, He Jiang of True Fire sect hollered and his 5 meridian spirit energy exploded. The flying sword in his hand quivered slightly, shining with 3 spirit lights. It was a superior grade flying sword. "Go." He Jiang hid far away and pointed forward. The sword seemed to be burning with a layer of flame as it streaked across the void. Even the air burned and produced an explosive sound. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At least dozens of flying swords shot out with ferocious auras and they were all aimed at the same target, Su Zimo. Stunned, Little Fatty was rooted on the ground as the sight of everything sent chills down his spine. "Bro, crush the Jade Talisman," Little Fatty yelled. The only way for them to survive such an intense attack was to crush the escape Jade Talisman. Chapter 329, Might of Candlelight. Chapter 329, Might of Candlelight. There was naturally no way Su Zimo was going to crush the Jade Talisman. For this moment, he had crossed 2 major regions and grade 4 killing formations. Everything he had experienced within was 100 times more precarious than the current situation. There was no way he was going to give up. Buzz! With a wave of his sleeves, 18 flying swords flew out from his storage bag. Each of them shone with 4 bedazzling spirit lights and vibrated vigorously. 18 supreme-grade flying swords. Many cultivators' eyes lit up. Even if they did not manage to obtain the perfect spirit weapon, it would be worth it if they could get their hands on a single supreme-grade spirit weapon. Perfected Lord Mingzi said in a deep voice, although there are fewer cultivators this time round, they are much stronger. Furthermore, the 2 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators are too much of a threat for Su Zimo even with his hexagonal sword formation. He's going to get injured. The Emperor nodded as well. Given the 2 of their cultivation realms, their judgment was naturally not wrong. However, the 2 of them were wrong about one thing. The 18 flying swords were not there to create the hexagonal sword formation. They were there for the candlelight sword formation that Tao Lord Extremefire had obtained from the mysterious ruin. Zeng, zeng, zeng. Speeding through the air, the 18 flying swords left behind streams of sword chi that shone brightly. Candlelight sword formation. Su Zimo hollered and pointed forward. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun and was extremely dazzling. "Ah!" The surrounding cultivators narrowed their eyes and exclaimed. As soon as the sword formation was released, everyone felt a sharp pain on their bodies and their 5 senses went blurry. It was hard to tell if the pain was due to the searing heat released from the sun rays or the sword chi cutting through the body. The Foundation establishment cultivators in the square could not sense it clearly either. As for the golden cores that were at the spectator area, they were alarmed when they caught sight of the candlelight sword formation. Even with the 5 elements umbrellas between them, everyone could sense the terrifying power of the candlelight sword formation. This sword formation is so powerful. The Emperor's gaze froze as he secretly inhaled. She was stunned as her beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at the 5 elements umbrella. She leaned forward slightly without even realizing that her bosom was exposed as she tried to discover the origins of the candlelight sword formation. As nascent souls, they could vaguely sense another aura from that sword formation. Vicissitude, desolate, ancient and vaguely perceivable. That was an aura that was from the ancient era, or even beyond it. As the only sword formation master present, Xianyi had a different perception of the candlelight sword formation. Through the sword scars left behind by the flying swords, Xianyi could tell that what Su Zimo released was a Grade 2 sword formation. While they were both Grade 2 sword formations, the candlelight sword formation was much stronger than the hexagonal sword formation. On careful thought, even if it did not form a sword formation, the mere presence of 18 supreme-grade flying swords was a threat not to be underestimated. Now that such a terrifying sword formation was condensed, how powerful would that be? Clang! Clang! The 2 flying swords collided against the candlelight sword formation and let out crisp sounds. Right after, in front of everyone, those 2 flying swords were minced into fragments by the candlelight sword formation and fell to the ground in shatters. Pest! Outside the 5 elements umbrella, the crowd was in an uproar. Those 2 flying swords were not scrap metal, they were middle-grade flying swords. However, they were ground into pieces and wasted right after they collided with the candlelight sword formation. Clang! 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 The candlelight sword formation circled around Su Zimo's body and emitted an extremely strong sword aura. With a flash of sword light, it smashed all the incoming flying sword. Middle-grade flying swords were shattered on the spot, turning into useless weapons. Only the superior-grade flying swords remained intact. However, they were still sent flying by the power of the candlelight sword formation, dimming and falling to the ground. This was the first time that Su Zimo had released his candlelight sword formation against enemies, and its power was far beyond his imagination. Little Fatty's mouth was agape and his jaws nearly fell to the ground. Although the light of the sword formation dimmed significantly upon receiving such an impact, it was still spinning. The sound of the swords never ceased, but instead resounded clearer, piercing through metal and stone. The way it spun was as though it wanted to tear through the heavens and crush the earth. When the cultivators who attacked saw that, blood drained from their faces and they were quiet as cicadas in winter, afraid that Su Zimo would toss the sword-shaped circular disc at them. At that instant, Su Zimo actually closed his eyes. His mind calmed down immediately, filled with emptiness. Time seemed to have frozen around him as Su Zimo's thoughts were churning at high speed. Every choice that followed was going to affect the final result. It was as the Emperor and everyone else had said, it was impossible for him to kill Feng Haoyu within the 5 elements umbrella. It wasn't because Su Zimo wasn't strong enough, it was because Feng Haoyu had an escape jade talisman that he could use to leave at any time. Therefore, Su Zimo only had a single window of opportunity if he wanted to kill Feng Haoyu. Feng Haoyu was no fool and would definitely escape with his jade talisman if Su Zimo missed his strike. While the might of the candlelight sword formation was great, it might not kill with a single hit. First, Feng Haoyu was at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. Furthermore, his eyes were faint green, as though he had cultivated some secret skill of Blood Crow Palace. There was the chance that he might have other trump cards as well. Second, Feng Haoyu had cultivated ethereal wings and was extremely agile. There was a high chance he could avoid the sharpness of the candlelight sword formation. While the candlelight sword formation was not enough to kill Feng Haoyu, it was more than enough to kill someone else. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes and sped towards Feng Haoyu with divine steed fleeting. However, his arm was pointed at He Jiang of True Fire Sect as he shouted, "Instant thunder!" Snap! There was a deafening sound. A bolt of lightning as thick as an adult's arm descended on He Jiang's head. However, the latter was extremely alert and had already crushed a protection talisman beforehand. Crack! 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 The power of the instant thunder collided against the protection talisman, causing the barrier that was formed by the talisman to disintegrate. Clang! Clang! Before He Jiang could catch his breath, the candlelight sword formation released an extremely sharp sword chi and charged at him, tearing through the void as if it was ripping through a large cloth. He Jiang's expression changed in shock, his eyes filled with endless horror. It was only then that he realized. Su Zimo had no intention of killing him with that instant thunder earlier on, it was to keep him on the spot. The true killing move was the incoming candlelight sword formation. The candlelight sword formation was within reach and it was too late to dodge by then. He Jiang's flying sword was already ground to pieces by the candlelight sword formation. Thankfully, he had a superior-grade weapon tripod in his hands that could be used. Whoosh! He Jiang channeled the spirit energy in his dantian fanatically and 5 spirit meridians shone with light like a river. The weapon tripod illuminated and expanded instantly, blocking in front of He Jiang. At the spectator area, many golden cores watched the scene unfold fixedly. Sima Ji and everyone else from True Fire sect were nervous and could not contain their emotions. In fact, they were even standing up uncontrollably. Although they were golden cores, they knew too little about the candlelight sword formation and thus, none of them could determine the outcome of this head-on battle using their naked eyes alone. Chapter 330 Secret Skills Fight. Chapter 330 Secret Skills Fight. The candlelight sword formation transformed into a blazing sun that shone with endless sword chi as it shot towards the weapon tripod that He Jiang brought out. Clang! 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 The sword chi struck the surface of the weapon tripod repeatedly, letting out a deafening sound of metal clashing against each other. The brilliance emitted by the candlelight sword formation was bedazzling and almost engulfed He Jiang along with his weapon tripod. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. The sword beam faded and dimmed. Finally, the candlelight sword formation broke apart as 18 flying swords scattered from midair and fell to the ground. Inside and outside the 5 elements umbrella, all of the cultivators were staring intently. The massive weapon tripod was still blocking He Jiang's body as it emitted a weak glow. Although it was covered in white sword slashes, it was not destroyed. After all, it was a superior grade spirit weapon and was only a single grade lower than supreme grade. He Jiang was safe and sound behind the weapon tripod, merely looking somewhat pale with listless eyes. Everyone from True Fire sect heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, phew. What a relief. Sima Ji, Elder Zhong and the others exchanged glances of relief. What mattered was that he survived, it didn't matter if he suffered some shocks. He Jiang's a legacy disciple of True Fire sect at the end of the day. He is rather capable. Some golden cores nodded silently. Of everyone present, only the nascent souls such as perfected Lord Ming Zi and Ji Yushi did not speak. The emperor was expressionless as he shook his head. Right then, streaks of blood appeared on He Jiang's initially pale face, opening up and expanding, sheeing. The clothes on He Jiang's body were ripped apart without any warning. It was as if his body was penetrated by countless blood chi, leaving wounds all over his body in a horrifying manner. The clamor in the crowd disappeared. Under countless terrified gazes, He Jiang's face, neck, arms, legs and every other part of his body spewed blood, forming a huge mist of blood. In that blood mist, He Jiang collapsed to the ground with dimmed eyes, he was no longer breathing. Even though the weapon tripod had managed to defend against the sharpness of the candlelight sword formation, He Jiang was still sliced from head to toe by the sword chi of the formation. He was dead. A legacy disciple of True Fire sect who was initially able to secure a spot in the spirit ranking for sure had died in the 5 elements umbrella just like that. He did not even have the chance to release his escape jade talisman. Sima Ji and everyone else swayed and sat down weakly while their minds were in a daze. Initially, True Fire sect was going to have confirmed spots in the elixir, weapon, and spirit rankings. However, He Xing was slain by Su Zimo in the capital before the sect competition. Dao Feng attempted Mo Clan's spirit gathering technique and was severely injured. Now, even He Jiang was dead. True Fire sect had truly suffered an immense loss in this sect competition. Look. Someone pointed to the screen of the 5 elements umbrella and yelled. In the metal region, Su Zimo charged towards Feng Haoyu at an extremely fast speed, leaving a series of bewitching afterimages in his wake. Feng Haoyu scoffed coldly. If they were on the ground, he would be wary towards Su Zimo. But now, he had ethereal wings and could maneuver in the air freely without the use of any external objects like golden cores. There was no way Su Zimo would be able to get close. Ethereal wings was a secret skill after all. Even if Su Zimo were to ride on his flying sword, he would be inferior compared to Feng Haoyu in terms of speed and agility. Buzz! Waving his robes, Feng Haoyu summoned 3 flying swords, all of them were superior grade. The fact that he possessed 3 superior-grade flying swords as a Foundation Establishment cultivator was a clear sign of his importance to Blood Crow Palace. Ever since he was defeated by Su Zimo in Ethereal Peak, Feng Haoyu had been cultivating diligently and practiced wielding multiple flying swords. Even though he could not create sword formations, his strength coupled with the use of Ethereal Sword was something not to be underestimated. The light on the swords brightly, but all of a sudden, they vanished. Level 2 of Ethereal Sword, Void. Su Zimo did not stop and kept closing the distance between him and Feng Haoyu. A bright light shone in his eyes while the middle finger and thumb of his left hand connected, forming a strange hand seal. The moment the hand seal was conjured, the spirit energy in Su Zimo's dantian channeled fanatically. 3 spirit meridians were faintly visible as spirit energy surged into the hand seal. Boom! Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the skies and a golden palm reached out and descended. It emitted a holy aura as though it was about to suppress all the sins in the world. Fiend Suppression Seal. The spectator area was filled with golden cores with sharp gazes, all of them could sense the power of that hand seal. In midair, Feng Haoyu was completely unaware as he hollered, "Good timing. I'll let you have a taste of my capabilities." Controlling the 3 flying swords in midair to stab towards Su Zimo's charging figure, Feng Haoyu retrieved a white bone staff from his storage bag. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood that sprayed on his bone staff. When the essence blood landed on the bone staff, it strangely disappeared as though it was consumed. Right after, streaks of blood appeared on the staff. Crystal clear and transparent, they were like the veins on the body of a living being and exuded an extremely vile aura. Feng Haoyu waved the bone staff and muttered something under his breath in an indecipherable language. Instantly, his eyes shone with a frightening shade of faint green. Condense. He gripped the bone staff tightly and pointed it towards the descending golden palm, shouting, "Roar!" A huge blood-colored skull appeared out of nowhere with a dark red glow of blood shining from its hollow sockets. Opening its massive mouth, it made a deafening roar towards the crushing golden palm. Through that roar, the blood-colored skull smashed violently towards the golden palm, as if it was going to devour it. As he watched everything unfold, the Emperor was expressionless. However, a glint streaked through his eyes. Perfected Lord Ming Zed's expression was grave as he voice-transmitted with his spirit consciousness, "It's truly a successor of the Forbidden Grounds." Ji Yushi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and the faint smile on her lips had disappeared as well. On the battlefield, although the 3 flying swords had disappeared, 3 faint waves of ripples appeared in midair like reeds tapping on water. Su Zimo lowered his height and was almost sprawled on the ground as he slithered forward like an anaconda without any speed reduction. Feng Haoyu seemed to have expected it as one of the flying swords changed trajectories all of a sudden, sticking to the ground headed for Su Zimo's back. Poof! A flash of bloodlight appeared. Was the outcome already decided? Everyone focused and saw that Su Zimo's figure had merely paused for a brief instant before continuing to charge forward. While there was a wound on his back, his vitals were not hurt. Without those 18 supreme-grade flying swords, Su Zimo's unable to create a sword formation. He's going to be beaten badly. If this drags on, he'll sustain more injuries and bleed even more. Su Zimo's definitely going to lose. Many cultivators discussed softly. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. There were some details that even golden cores might not be able to spot. However, since the 5 elements umbrella was his dharmic weapon, the Emperor could naturally sense every slight change within. To his surprise, Su Zimo did not lose much blood from the wound on his back. The muscles around the wound stuck together instantly and Su Zimo was already showing signs of recovery. What a terrifying physique! The Emperor's heart jolted. Chapter 331, Sacrifice for the Saber. Chapter 331, Sacrifice for the Saber. The fiend suppression seal that was condensed depleted almost all of Su Zimo's spirit energy. Su Zimo did not even bother to see the outcome of the clash between their secret skills. While he was sprinting, he retrieved a huge bow from his storage bag with his right hand and 3 arrows were already loaded and aimed at Feng Haoyu who was in midair. His action was fluid like water, as if he had practiced countless times. That seemingly ordinary bow suddenly shone with 4 spirit lights. It was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. His bow was like a full moon and the arrows were like shooting stars. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows tore through the air and in an instant, 3 cold beams arrived in front of Feng Haoyu. It was too fast. At the same time, the blood-colored skull collided with the golden palm in midair. It devoured the golden palm in a single mouthful and paused for a moment. Cracks appeared on its head, bursting out with endless golden rays before exploding. Feng Haoyu dodged the 3 incoming cold beams but was suddenly struck by the shockwave caused by the collision of the 2 secret skills. He stopped in his tracks and was a step too slow. Poof! A light of blood flashed as an arrow streaked past Feng Haoyu's cheek. It was a mere centimeter away from piercing his head. Crack! Crack! Feng Haoyu could not avoid the other 2 arrows completely and they struck the wings that were spread out behind him. The pair of spirit wings shattered on the spot as Feng Haoyu's figure fell. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang came from below. The ground of the entire metal region was shaking as though the sky was collapsing. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Su Zimo stomped harshly on the ground and leaped into the air purely using the burst of his body. In the blink of an eye, he was above Feng Haoyu's head. That was a full 100 feet high. Even golden cores might not be able to jump that high with their physiques. Bang! Boom! Boom! Splash! Immediately after, the cultivators outside the 5 Elements umbrella heard a series of strange sounds. It was like rolling thunder, but it also seemed like a tsunami was surging and it was mixed with the violent sound of tigers and leopards. It was extremely unsettling. All of those sounds came from within Su Zimo's body. Feng Haoyu, you shall be a sacrifice for my saber today. A long and thick saber that was as tall as half a person suddenly appeared in Su Zimo's hands. Spirit energy surged into it as 5 spirit patterns illuminated with a blinding bloodlight. The birth of Blood Quencher. The huge blade was scarlet and quivered violently, letting out a murderous sound and aura that rattled one's soul. Die. As Su Zimo channeled his bloodline, his entire body seemed to expand. He grabbed Blood Quencher with both hands and descended from the skies, cleaving down onto Feng Haoyu's head with an unstoppable might. Blood Quencher seemed to be perfectly synergized with Su Zimo's bloodline and a trace of blood appeared on its blade. The void seemed to have been torn asunder by Blood Quencher. Su Zimo had waited for this slash for far too long. Be it the initial fiend suppression seal or the 3 arrows in the interim. They were all preparations made for this slash to render Feng Haoyu in an inescapable position. This strike was the culmination of Su Zimo's attacks. This was also the most powerful attack he could produce without exposing his demonic cultivation. A complete fusion of his physique, bloodline, and spirit energy coupled with the lethality of Blood Quencher. Su Zimo was certain that Feng Haoyu would die for sure. Feng Haoyu raised his head slightly and blood drained from his face when he saw that. It was as though he had returned to that moment a couple of years ago when he was tragically defeated in Spirit Peak's arena. However, a couple of years ago, they were sect mates. Now, they were mortal enemies. This time round, Su Zimo did not hold back. In a flash, Feng Haoyu did not have the time to hesitate as he swiped his palm across his storage bag and retrieved a blood-colored shield that expanded and blocked above his head. Boom! An explosion rang out when Blood Quencher struck the surface of the blood-colored shield. Feng Haoyu's entire body shuddered as though he was struck by lightning as his eyes widened in horror. Without thinking twice, he withdrew the escape jade talisman and crushed it instantly. A flash of light shone. Clang! The blood-colored shield fell to the ground and its color faded. Cracks appeared on its surface. A single strike by Blood Quencher had destroyed it. Feng Haoyu's body flickered and disappeared from the metal region. A burst of light appeared in the square as Feng Haoyu appeared, lying on the ground with a pale expression. The Blood Crow King appeared before Feng Haoyu in a flash. Lowering his head, he looked at Feng Haoyu with widened eyes that were laced with boundless killing intent. Su. Zi. Mo. The Blood Crow King's voice was chilling to the bone as he enunciated each and every word clearly. Feng Haoyu seemed like he wanted to say something. However, the moment he opened his mouth, he spat out a puddle of blood with big pieces of blood clot within. It was a frightening sight and all the cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. The blood clots that Feng Haoyu had spat out were his crushed organs. A single slash. Even though Feng Haoyu had managed to escape from the Five Elements umbrella, his internal organs were completely crushed by Su Zimo's saber and there was no way he was going to survive. Everyone fell silent. Feng Haoyu, who had cultivated the 3 major secret skills of Ethereal Peak and was 2 cultivation realms higher than Su Zimo, was cleaved to death by a single slash. This outcome had completely surpassed everyone's expectations. Something that was thought to be impossible had happened right in front of everyone. Xian Yi sighed gently with a complicated expression. When Xian, did you see that? A disciple of Ethereal Peak has personally retrieved Feng Haoyu's lifetime of cultivation. You can finally rest in peace now that your wish has been fulfilled. Some golden cores shook their heads in silence. Betraying one's ancestor, masters, and killing of their fellow sect mates was a huge taboo in the cultivation world. Now that Feng Haoyu was in this state, it could be considered retribution. Speaking of which, the light of providence is indeed shining on Ethereal Peak for them to be able to produce a monstrous character every once in a while. Who else is there apart from Su Zimo? That invincible foundation establishment cultivator 1,000 years ago. Ah, that guy. I heard that he betrayed the sect and fell into the fiend path thereafter. Upon hearing the discussions around her, Demoness Ji rolled her eyes and suddenly moved beside Ji Yu Shi, asking with a voice transmission, Auntie Ji Yu, are they referring to that person from Zenith sect? Yes, Ji Yu Shi replied with an unchanged expression. Demoness Ji giggled. Auntie Ji Yu, I heard that your relationship with that man isn't simple. Tell me more about it. Get lost. Ji Yu Shi glared at Demoness Ji, her tone laced with a hint of reproachfulness and flirtatious allure. The battle royal in the various regions of the 5 Elements umbrella was coming to an end. In the metal region, Su Zimo landed on the ground and waved his sleeves before putting away the 18 supreme-grade spirit weapons on the ground in his storage bag. His showdown with Feng Haoyu had ended too quickly. It was basically over within less than 2 rounds and nobody had the time to steal a supreme-grade flying sword and leave. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo said indifferently, fellow Taoists, please leave. The spots of this region will be taken up by Ethereal Peak. It was a simple statement but it contained unquestionable dominance. Instantly, little Fatty felt his blood boil and wished that he could roar out. Stumbling to Su Zimo's side, he puffed his chest and looked around with his beady eyes. It felt as though everything else was far inferior compared to the paragon beside him. Chapter 332, Conflict. Chapter 332, Conflict. The Battle Royal was at its finale in the water region with less than 10 people left. Apart from Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak who was watching from afar, the remaining few 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had given their all for the last spot. Shen Mengqi was injured. While it was not serious, she did not have the time to treat her wounds and blood was flowing continuously. Coupled with the lack of stamina and her spirit energy depleted, she could not hold on any longer. Highs. She sighed softly. Although she was unwilling, her life was more important. She could only crush the escape Jade Talisman and leave the 5 Elements umbrella helplessly. When she returned to the square, Shen Mengqi hurriedly took out a few elixirs from her storage bag and swallowed them. She then scattered some hemostatic medicine and bandaged her wounds. Throughout the entire process, her lips were pursed in silence. She was indignant. Just a little more and she would have obtained a spot on the spirit ranking, Just a little more and she would have obtained the rights to enter the ancient battlefield. Even though she could only cultivate within for a year, that would ensure that she could unlock 1 or even 2 more spirit meridians, bringing her to a 6-meridian foundation establishment rel. I will participate in the next sect competition 10 years later and definitely obtain a spot on the spirit ranking by then. As Shun Mengqi pondered and was about to return to the crowd, she swept her gaze casually and caught sight of Feng Haoyu lying nearby, dead with his body covered in blood. Her pupils constricted subconsciously. Feng Haoyu was a 5-meridian foundation establishment cultivator who had cultivated Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills. That was someone who was almost guaranteed to obtain a spot in the spirit ranking. Who could have killed him? Shun Mengqi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Instinctively, she turned around and could not help but shudder. Her mouth opened slightly as her eyes widened in disbelief. She caught sight of a familiar figure in the metal region. He had actually crossed 2 major regions and grade 4 killing formations. Could he truly have been the one to kill Feng Haoyu? Right after, Shun Mengqi heard something. Fellow Taoists, please leave. The spots of this region will be taken up by Ethereal Peak. His tone was casual, as if he was chatting. However, none of the 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivators dared to refute him. After a while, one of them shook his head gently and cupped his fists towards that person, crushing his jade talisman without a second word. After that man left, the remaining cultivators in the metal region left one after another despite how reluctant they were. How could any of the cultivators within dare to stay on when even both the 5-meridian foundation establishment cultivators had met such an end? When she saw that, Shun Mengqi's eyes gradually dimmed. If back then, perhaps I might be the one standing beside him right now? A wave of bitterness suddenly surged in Shun Mengqi's heart. One by one, names appeared on the spirit ranking. Su Zimo, Ji Chengtian, Little Fatty, Shi Jian, Jun Hao, Sai Yutong. Xian Yi and Liu Hui looked pleased, unable to conceal their joy. Even though Ethereal Peak suffered an immense blow 3 years ago, they shone completely during this sect competition. Putting aside the fact that they had 3 spots for the spirit ranking, they had even managed an unprecedented top spot for the weapon ranking. Of course, to Xian Yi and Liu Hui, the most important thing was that Su Zimo was alive. Furthermore, Su Zimo had taken revenge for the fallen cultivators by killing the traitor Feng Haoyu in front of everyone. However, for some reason, the both of them felt an inexplicable sense of frustration and unease. Before long, the last 10 people of the spirit ranking battle royal appeared. With the completion of the spirit ranking, it meant that the sect competition was about to end. The emperor rose and said, "The names on the 4 ranking lists are out. Among them, those who obtained 2 spots on the different lists can decide to bring someone else along." Little Fatty whispered, "Bro, I think he's referring to you." Su Zimo nodded. He had obtained 2 spots on the weapon and spirit rankings. Apart from himself, he can give one of them to someone else. He had decided on who he wanted to give that spot to a long time ago. When she heard that, Shun Mengqi felt her heart skip a beat as she looked at Su Zimo instinctively with a hint of anticipation. Perfected Lord Ming Ziyi declared loudly, "The sect competition is over. Cultivators on the 4 ranking lists, follow me to the palace to select your rewards for the competition. Thereafter, all of you will return to rest while awaiting the opening of the ancient battlefield." Hold on. Suddenly, a cold and chilling voice laden with killing intent rang. Everyone looked over and saw the Blood Crow King walk slowly towards the spectator area. He exuded a terrifying aura as he fixed his gaze on Su Zimo and hissed coldly, "I'm taking him with me." "No." Xian Yi slammed the table and stood up without hesitation. The Blood Crow King's gaze flickered as he reached out with his withered palm and grabbed toward Xian Yi through the void. A terrifying burst of energy burst forth from the void. Demonic chi surged into the sky as a withered and bloody claw appeared, clawing at Xian Yi ruthlessly. At the spectator area, many golden cores felt a chill. That energy was way too strong and had already surpassed the limits of spirit energy. That was a true dharmic art. That cultivator known as Shui was actually a fiend demon at nascent soul realm. At the thought of that, everyone was even more shocked. It was one thing for a fiend demon to appear in the capital, but for him to actually attack right in front of the emperor. What sort of guts and backing did he possess? Xian Yi's face turned pale. He was almost powerless against that pressure. Furthermore, that claw of the Blood Crow King had sealed all of his escape route. Zung, zung, zung. Gritting his teeth, Xian Yi struck out forcefully against the might of the fiend demon and pulled out 6 flying swords from his storage bag. He guided with his finger and swiftly produced a star-shaped sword formation. Hexagonal sword formation. Even though Xian Yi did not manage to cultivate a golden core phenomenon, his hexagonal sword formation was enough to compensate and put him on the same level as those who did. Go. He pointed forward. The hexagonal sword formation burst forth with endless sword chi and charged violently towards the blood-colored claw. He, you overestimate yourself. The Blood Crow King let out a cold laugh as he clenched the claw. Splash. Instantly, Xian Yi's hexagonal sword formation was torn to pieces by the Blood Crow King and the 6 superior-grade flying swords were snapped on the spot, falling to the ground. The difference was too great. The gap between a golden core and nascent soul was something that was almost impossible to cross. Bastard, how dare you! Suddenly, a roar burst forth from the spectator area. It was like a great bell and possessed boundless majesty. A gigantic fist appeared in midair and smashed heavily against the Blood Crow King's palm. Boom! The 2 dharmic arts clashed and dissipated suddenly while the surrounding golden cores fell to the ground with frightful faces from the aftershock. It was the Emperor who had struck to stop the Blood Crow King. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Blood Crow King gave a sympathetic smile as he glared at the Emperor. Ji Fang, don't be a busybody. Otherwise, your great Zhou dynasty is going to be destroyed because of this. There are some people that you can't afford to offend even if you're the emperor of a dynasty. Chapter 333 Retreat. Chapter 333 Retreat. Ji Fang was the name of the emperor of Great Zhou. It had been many years since nobody had dared call him by his name, let alone under such public attention. Perfected Lord Mingzi strode forward with a cold expression and hollered, "Blood Crow King, this is the capital of Great Zhou. It's not a place for you to be impudent." Even though he said that, Perfected Lord Mingzi did not make a move. He was well aware of the Blood Crow King's background. Without the Emperor's orders, he did not dare act rashly either lest he brought forth unnecessary trouble for the Great Zhou dynasty. "I'm going to repeat myself. I'm leaving with Su Zimo today." The Blood Crow King surveyed his surroundings before fixing his cold gaze on the Emperor and saying slowly, "Anyone who stops me will be going against Blood Crow Palace." Piak. The Emperor's palm slammed down heavily, causing the table beside him to split. He stood up slowly with a sharp killing intent in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, an old voice rang out in his mind. "Ji Fang, let's ignore this matter." The Emperor's heart skipped a beat when he heard that voice. If it was anyone else's persuasion, the Emperor would hesitate. However, the person who spoke was the patriarch of the Ji family, the founder of the Great Zhou dynasty. This was an old monster who had lived for nearly 10,000 years. It was also due to his existence that the Great Zhou dynasty was able to remain standing for 10,000 years without collapsing and rule over the regions. The words of Patriarch Ji were like an imperial edict that could not be denied. Under the gazes of countless people, the Emperor had just stood up when he slowly sat down. His aura had vanished without a trace and he looked somewhat terrible. "Father!" Ji Yaoshue seemed to have realized something as she called out softly. The Emperor closed his eyes and shook his head, indicating that he was helpless. Instantly, Ji Yaoshue's expression turned incomparably pale. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes as well, feeling secretly alarmed. If the Emperor refused to do anything under such circumstances, Xian Yi and Liu Hui alone would not be able to stop the Blood Crow King. In other words, the Blood Crow King was definitely going to take him away today. It was needless to imagine the outcome of that. Suddenly, Su Zimo realized that even though the man who had hunted him previously ended up in a pathetic state due to the might of the divine dragon, that man was way more terrifying than he had imagined. At the very least, even the Great Zhou dynasty had to avoid going against them. Fu. The Blood Crow King chuckled and nodded. "Not bad. That's the way. Noticing that the situation was not right, Demonis G hurriedly sent out a voice transmission and urged, Auntie Gu, quickly think of a way. Su Zimo will definitely die if he's taken away. What can I do? Gu, she shook her head. I told you earlier that the outcome inside the 5 elements umbrella isn't important. Su Zimo is doomed for offending Blood Crow Palace. But we can't sit by idly and watch him get taken away. Do something, Auntie Gu. Demonis G frowned lightly. It's useless. Gu, she replied indifferently. Even if I manage to save him this time, he will still have to die when he returns from the ancient battlefield. Besides, Ethereal Peak will be implicated and might be annihilated. Inform that senior. The moment Demonis G spoke, Gu, she interrupted her. His from Zenith sect and what they cultivate is the Tao of Heartlessness. Do you think he's going to do anything? Demonis G replied firmly, Auntie Gu, we'll talk about the future later on. But you must definitely save Su Zimo this time round. Gu, she did not comment and merely sighed gently. The Blood Crow King arrived not far away from Su Zimo and smiled coldly, revealing a sinister set of white teeth. He said faintly, Su Zimo, accept your fate. Boom. Reaching out with his palm that seemed to traverse through the endless void, the Blood Crow King arrived before Su Zimo in an instant. Xian Yi, Liu Hui, and the others had no time to save him at all. Furthermore, even if the two of them struck, they would not be able to go against the might of the Blood Crow King. Bang! Suddenly, a slender and delicate hand appeared in front of Su Zimo. Despite its frail look, the Blood Crow King's palm was repelled with ease. The Blood Crow King's expression changed. He narrowed his gaze and met with a pair of enchanting eyes that rippled like spring water. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Crow King was lost in them and was dazed. To everyone else, Jiushi's eyes did nothing and were merely staring at the Blood Crow King peacefully. However, to the Blood Crow King, Jiushi's eyes seemed to be glowing with a bewitching light that possessed a mysterious power, controlling his mind and bewildering everything. All of a sudden, there was a flash of blood from the depths of the Blood Crow King's eyes as another kind of power was produced within his body, one that was extremely evil. Snapping to his senses in a shock, the Blood Crow King felt a sharp pain in his eyes. You dare go against Blood Crow Palace? The Blood Crow King regulated his breathing and asked sharply. However, he did not dare look at Jiushi again. Jiushi replied indifferently, go back. This person's under my guard. Can you afford to protect him? At the very least, you're not going to take him away today. The Blood Crow King's face was livid. He stood on the spot and pondered for a long time before nodding slowly. Very well, very well. Once my master comes out a year later, we'll see who's able to protect him then. Soaring into the skies, the Blood Crow King transformed into a pitch-black crow with bloodshot eyes. He sped into the horizons and vanished before long. Everyone from Ethereal Peak heaved a sigh of relief. During that clash, they truly thought that the Blood Crow King was going to take Su Zimo away. Su Zimo turned around and bowed deeply to Jiushi. Thank you for your help, senior. Yes. Jiushi nodded and said nothing else. However, everyone felt differently about what they just saw. Most of the sects were interested in watching the drama of Su Zimo being taken away by the Blood Crow King. There were even some like True Fire sect that were gloating over his misfortune. Furthermore, everyone could tell that even the Emperor was unwilling to provoke Blood Crow Palace and instead chose to remain silent. However, no one expected that Jiushi would step forth to save Su Zimo. Could Sky Treasure Auction House be even more powerful than the entire Great Ju dynasty to be able to go against Blood Crow Palace? Everyone could vaguely sense that Jiushi was not as simple as she seemed, a mere chief steward of Sky Treasure Auction House. Perfected Lord Mingzi coughed gently and said in a deep voice, everyone, quiet down. Cultivators of the ranking lists, follow me into the palace to select your rewards. Su Zimo escorted Xian Yi, Liu Hui, and the other Ethereal Peak cultivators to Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop before following Perfected Lord Mingzi into the palace. Nian Qi was about to break through a critical juncture in the past 2 days and did not go to spectate the sect competition. She was relatively safe as Suzimo had arranged for Night Spirit to stand guard in Mo's spirit weapon workshop. This time round, Suzimo obtained spots on both the weapon and spirit rankings. As such, he could select a spirit weapon and a secret spirit art. Suzimo did not have much interest in the spirit weapon. There was no way the Great Ju dynasty was going to give out perfect or carnate spirit weapons as rewards, while Suzimo was not interested in spirit weapons of any other grade. However, the Great Ju dynasty had been established for close to 10,000 years and there were definitely many secret spirit art manuals hidden in the palace. Suzimo was truly interested to see if he could get his hands on some lost secret skill. Chapter 334, Carnate Spirit Weapon Forging Technique. Chapter 334, Carnate Spirit Weapon Forging Technique. Suzimo circled the spirit weapon chamber in the palace and did not see anything he wanted, eventually leaving with a casual superior grade spirit weapon. Not far from the spirit weapon chamber was the secret manual chamber. Everyone else on the spirit ranking had already entered and Suzimo followed suit. There were 3 levels in the secret manual chamber. Suzimo and the others were only allowed to select a secret spirit art from the first level and make a copy to leave with. The secret manual chamber was filled with rows of bookshelves and various types of bamboo scrolls arranged in an orderly manner. Evil hands. This was a secret skill. According to the description on the bamboo scroll, the skill could defend against a spirit weapon head-on and even snatch the opponent's spirit weapon. Omni Wind. This was a movement technique. Once cultivated, one would be abnormally agile and possess erratic movement. There were 8 foundational points which could give birth to 64 different variations. It was extremely powerful. Suzimo walked along the bookshelves and looked slowly. The many secret skill manuals were an eye-opener for him. Some of them were cryptic and Suzimo had never heard of them before. It was a novel experience. However, there was no spirit art that he took particular interest in throughout his walk. Suddenly, his gaze paused. Carnate Spirit Weapon Forging Technique. Frowning slightly, Suzimo picked up a scroll made up of withered hide. The disheveled old man of Ethereal Peak had once told him that the limit of a weapon refinement master was refining perfect spirit weapons with 5 spirit patterns. Carnate spirit weapons had a 6th spirit pattern, the Carnate pattern. The Carnate pattern was born from the spirit chi of heaven and earth and wasn't something that could be made by man. As Suzimo's understanding of weapon refinement deepened, he agreed that the disheveled old man was not wrong. The birth of Blood Quencher further proved that point. The condensation of a 5th spirit pattern already required immense opportunities and a weapon refinement master's perfect mental fortitude and condition. That was not even including the providence within the voids. As such, a 6th spirit pattern was further out of the question. As the number 1 weapon refinement master of Great Ju, given his skill in weapon refinement, Suzimo was filled with extreme disdain towards this carnate spirit weapon forging technique. He merely took it to be a nonsensical piece of work by an arrogant and ignorant weapon refinement master. Suzimo was about to return the hide manual when his heart stirred and he took a look at the contents as if he was possessed. After a while, his gaze flickered in deep thought. "Bro, have you chosen?" Right then, Little Fatty's voice rang out as he ran over excitedly. Suzimo turned over and saw Little Fatty waving a bamboo scroll and whispering, "I found a secret skill that's extremely suitable for me." Heh. Smiling, Suzimo turned to look at the hide manual in his hands. A flash of determination swept through his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Let's go. I've chosen mine too." Arriving at the entrance, Suzimo and Little Fatty handed their bamboo scroll and hide manual respectively to an old man. The old man received and took a look at them. Suddenly, he frowned and raised his head to look at Suzimo with a strange expression before reminding out of kindness, "Lad, this forging technique is the ramblings of a madman. He didn't even manage to accomplish it himself. Are you sure you want a copy of this?" "Yes." Suzimo nodded. The old man smiled and did not persuade further. He made 2 copies and handed them to Suzimo and Little Fatty. Upon leaving the secret manual chamber, Little Fatty asked curiously, "Bro, what secret skill did you choose?" "Why did the old man say that?" Carnate spirit weapon forging technique. Suzimo did not hide anything either. Ah! Little Fatty was dumbfounded. Even though he was not a weapon refinement master, he knew some common knowledge about the cultivation world, such as how carnate spirit weapons were born from the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Carnate spirit weapons can be refined? Little Fatty could not even speak coherently anymore. Suzimo shook his head. I'm not sure. This hide manual merely mentions a possibility. I can't be sure since I haven't tried it before. In reality, rather than calling it a forging method, the carnate spirit weapon forging technique was more like a restoration technique. The hide manual mentioned a method. First, one had to obtain a damaged carnate spirit weapon. The so-called damage did not refer to the spirit weapon itself, but the breaking of the sixth spirit pattern. Coincidentally, Suzimo had such a damaged carnate spirit weapon in his storage bag, the mystic gold silk armor. Second, he had to search for a carnate spirit fire. The carnate spirit fire was much more terrifying than a level 3 spirit fire. Possessing a higher temperature and sentience, it was often hidden deep underground and was rare to come across. Even if it was a damaged carnate spirit weapon, there were no impurities within. In other words, by using a carnate spirit fire to forge a carnate spirit weapon, one could ignore the first 4 steps of weapon refinement completely and head straight to spirit gathering once the spirit weapon was heated to a scarlet red state. Because the temperature of the carnate spirit fire was too high, even weapon tripods could not withstand it. As such, spirit gathering could only be conducted without the protection of a weapon tripod. After condensing 5 spirit patterns in a row, one could use the sentience of a carnate spirit fire for a possibility of repairing the 6th carnate spirit pattern. While everything sounded simple, one would realize that it was completely ridiculous upon careful thought. Before this, there was no weapon refinement master in Tianhuang mainland who could ensure a 100% success rate of condensing 4 spirit patterns, let alone 5 or 6. Furthermore, the entire process had to be done without the protection of a weapon tripod. The slightest mistake would cause the weapon refinement master to die on the spot. Which weapon refinement master would risk their lives to restore a damaged carnate spirit weapon with a success rate less than 1 in 1,000? But now, the most dangerous and difficult part of the entire process has become much simpler for Suzimo. If there was a person in Tianhuang mainland who could restore carnate spirit weapons, it would have to be Suzimo. Of course, what the forging technique mentioned was merely a possibility. After all, no one had attempted it and there was no guarantee for its success. Suzimo was not adamant about it, merely memorizing the forging technique in his heart to wait for an opportunity. Not long after the two of them waited in the secret manual chamber, Lung Ru walked out of the talisman hall. Her expression was cold and no one could read her emotions. How was it, Sister Lung Ru? You've reaped quite a bit, right? Little Fatty leaned over and asked with a cheeky smile. Yes. Lung Ru nodded and her gaze shifted, looking at Suzimo in a seemingly unintentional manner. Coincidentally, Suzimo glanced over as well. He smiled and said, Senior Sister Lung, I've wanted to refine a spirit weapon for you. However, I was not skilled enough previously and did not have the chance to do so. This flying sword is for you. Do see if it's suitable. Suzimo took out a flying sword from his storage bag and handed it to Lung Ru. She received it over and injected spirit energy into it. Instantly, 4 spirit lights shone from the blade. It was a supreme-grade flying sword. Ah! Lung Ru exclaimed and lost her composure. Back then, she had refined 2 grade 2 talismans specially for Suzimo. Even though he said nothing at that time, he had always remembered it. Suzimo commended, if it's not suitable, I've got some other here. You can also customize a supreme-grade spirit weapon with me. Just let me know of your requests. Lung Ru replied hurriedly, it's pretty good. But, it's too expensive. In a casual manner, Suzimo replied, it's fine. These are the only things I have plenty of. Little Fatty was stunned and thought to himself, bro truly has game. I've got to learn more from him in the future. Chapter 335, 9 Forbidden Grounds. Chapter 335, 9 Forbidden Grounds. According to Little Fatty, after the battle at Dongling Valley 3 years ago, Monkey fell into a frenzy and almost went insane, nearing causing a huge disaster. Thankfully, he was protected by Senior Crane. However, Monkey was disheartened and chose to leave Ethereal Peak with the Spirit Tiger following suit. During that period of time, Little Crane, Monkey, and the Spirit Tiger had an extremely good relationship. If it wasn't for Senior Crane stepping in, Little Crane would have left with them as well. To Suzimo, it was not necessarily a bad thing that Monkey left Ethereal Peak. It had an arrogant personality and did not like to be restricted. Without him around, it was bound to cause trouble and it was better off returning to the Barren Mountains. Given Monkey's abilities, coupled with the fact that the Spirit Tiger was with it, they should not be in any danger. Suzimo, Xiaoning, Little Fatty, Leng Ru and Ji Chengtian were about to leave the palace when they caught sight of a girl in pink and wearing a veil standing at the entrance of the palace. She looked very quiet as though she was waiting for someone. Little Fatty and the rest had some impression of the girl in pink. She accompanied Chief Steward Ji Yushi to watch the sect competition and seemed to have an impressive background. "Bro, she should be looking for you, right?" Little Fatty asked softly. Before the sect competition ended, the Blood Crow King created trouble. Under the circumstances where even the Emperor of Great Ju remained silent, Ji Yushi stood out and protected Suzimo. That was something everyone witnessed. Naturally, Suzimo knew that the girl in pink was Demoness Ji, but he did not explain. Arriving before Demoness Ji, Suzimo cupped his fists in a composed manner. "Help me thank Senior Ji Yu for her life-saving grace." "Humph." Demoness Ji snorted and rolled her eyes at Suzimo, pretending to be angry. "I should be the one you should thank. If I didn't plead for you, do you think that Auntie Ji Yu would have bothered about you?" Little Fatty and the others circled their gazes between Suzimo and Demoness Ji with strange expressions. Demoness Ji's tone did not sound like she was blaming him. Instead, it was more like she was wheedling. Furthermore, from what she said, it seemed like the relationship between the two of them was not simple. Leng Ru frowned slightly and said nothing. "Thank you, DM. Miss Ji." Suzimo almost blurted the word Demoness and hurriedly changed. She giggled and pondered for a moment. "I'm here to tell you something. That man from Blood Crow Palace is someone Ethereal Peak can't afford to offend. After entering the ancient battlefield, you had better not return to Great Ju. It'll be best if you can leave the Tianhuang North region entirely." Suzimo frowned. Demoness Ji reminded, "Think about the Emperor's attitude today and I'm sure there are some things you will understand." She was implying that even the Emperor of Great Ju was unwilling to offend Blood Crow Palace. As such, Suzimo should make use of the chance to enter the ancient battlefield to leave the Tianhuang North region. "What's the background of Blood Crow Palace?" Suzimo could not help but ask. Demoness Ji replied, "There's a total of 9 forbidden grounds in Tianhuang mainland. Be it humans or demons, they will definitely die upon entering the forbidden ground. 2 of them are located in the Tianhuang North region and the founder of Blood Crow Palace should be from one of them." 9 forbidden grounds. Suzimo and the rest were shocked. Even though this was the first time hearing of that term, all of them felt a chill run down their spines. What were the 9 forbidden grounds such that a single person from within could strike fear into the entire Great Ju dynasty? How terrifying were the forbidden grounds? That's all. Brushing past Suzimo, Demoness Ji paused for a moment and sent a voice transmission. "If you take this opportunity to join the fiend sects, you can avoid this calamity." With that said, Demoness Ji left. Ji Chengtian and the others had terrible expressions, frowning in deep thoughts. They were no fools. Even if Demoness Ji had not said anything, all of them could tell that Blood Crow Palace did not have a simple background. For people like Suzimo, Little Fatty, and the others who had not joined the sect for a long time and did not have deep feelings for Ethereal Peak, there was no need for them to stay in the sect knowing that it might be annihilated. "Bro, what do you think?" Little Fatty could not help but ask on the way back. Suzimo did not say anything. The ancient battlefield was indeed a great opportunity for one to leave the territory of the Great Ju dynasty or the Tianhuang North region. Sometime later, the various factions and sects of Tianhuang mainland would have experts opening up a passageway to the ancient battlefield using their supreme dharmic powers. As long as Su Zimo and the others found other passages during that 1 year within, they could exit using a different path when it was time to return, and they would be teleported out of the Great Zhou dynasty. In fact, they might even be teleported to the south and west regions or somewhere in the middle continent. However, Su Zimo was hesitant. He was different from others. It was not because he had deep feelings for Ethereal Peak. He was worried that his departure would implicate his older brother in Yang country, Su Hong. If even the Great Zhou dynasty was unwilling to go against Blood Crow Palace, the imperial edict would naturally be unable to protect Su Hong. He was someone that Blood Crow Palace would definitely want to kill. The people of Blood Crow Palace were evil and capable of killing all living beings in a city. If they did not find him, Blood Crow Palace might find clues leading them to Su Hong in a fit of anger, and that was something Su Zimo did not want to happen. Before long, Su Zimo and the others returned to Mo's spirit weapon workshop. When they arrived at the entrance, he was surprised to see someone. It was Shen Mengqi. Su Zimo frowned, not knowing why she had come. Brother, ignore her. Su Xiaoning knew what happened in Pingyang town back then and was naturally displeased with Shen Mengqi. Zimo. When she saw Su Zimo and the others walking over, Shen Mengqi took the initiative to head up first. Looking uneasy, she revealed a smile and called out. Yes. Su Zimo asked calmly. Zimo, it's like this. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I see that you have obtained spots on both the weapon and spirit rankings. If that's the case, you have an additional one. Shen Mengqi did not continue, merely looking at Su Zimo somewhat nervously in anticipation. He replied indifferently, I already have someone in mind. Ah! Her eyes dimmed in disappointment. Forcing a smile, she asked, Can I ask who it is? My spirit beast. Su Zimo did not choose to hide the truth. He had intended to take Night Spirit along for that spot. The reason why he did not choose Nian Qi was because if he had to choose between the two of them, it would have to be Night Spirit. Even though Nian Qi had been by Su Zimo's side for 3 years, comparatively, he had a deeper relationship with Night Spirit despite the fact that it was a spirit beast. Furthermore, Nian Qi's current cultivation realm wasn't high and was only at late-stage foundation establishment. It might not be a good thing for her to enter the ancient battlefield. When she heard that, Shen Mengqi was agitated and said in rage, Su Zimo, you don't have to humiliate me like this even if you don't want to give it to me. Did I humiliate you? Su Zimo did not understand why Shen Mengqi was so agitated all of a sudden. She questioned, You'd rather give the spot to a spirit beast than me. Isn't that humiliating me? Fu. He shook his head and scoffed coldly, Night Spirit saved my life, why can't I give it to it? Furthermore, why should I give it to you? Shen Mengqi opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something. However, nothing came out and she merely stood rooted to the ground in a daze, looking pale as a sheet. Su Zimo had already swept his robes and left. Chapter 336, Inheriting the Secret Skills. Chapter 336, Inheriting the Secret Skills. Mo Spirit Weapon Workshop. Even though there had been some commotion, Ethereal Peak was the biggest winner of this sect competition. In the small courtyard beside Jishire River, everyone from Ethereal Peak along with Nian Qi and Xiaoning had a hearty celebration. However, everyone had their own troubles. Late at night, everyone had dispersed. Under the hazy and cold moonlight, a green-robed cultivator sat by the side of Jishire River alone, staring at the glistening water surface in a daze. Beside him was a pitch-black and majestic beast sprawled on the ground. After growing up, Night Spirit was stalwart and its limbs were extremely strong. Every single muscle it had possessed explosive strength, while its claws that were hidden in the gaps of its fingers were unusually sharp. Its head resembled a wolf and it had a shocking bite strength. This was a perfect body that was born to kill. Right then, a series of footsteps appeared behind him. Zimo. Xian Yi's voice rang out. Su Zimo was about to stand up when Xian Yi pressed against his shoulder and sat down. I'm planning to impart the other 2 secret skills of Ethereal Peak to you tomorrow. I hope that you'll be able to master them before entering the ancient battlefield. I don't think that's appropriate. Su Zimo frowned. Ethereal Peak's 3 secret skills were no trifle matter. Without the permission of the sect master, anyone who imparted them privately would be going against the sect rules. It's all right. Xianyi replied, I've already relayed a message about the sect competition. I'm sure the sect will hear of it before long and they'll agree with my decision. Pausing for a moment, Xianyi continued, furthermore, this is an unfulfilled wish of Wen Xian. I'm fulfilling it on his behalf. Su Zimo nodded and did not decline further. It was clear that the remaining 2 secret skills, Ethereal Wings and Ethereal Sword, would provide significant boosts to his battle prowess. For the next 10 days, Su Zimo's time was almost spent entirely on cultivating the 2 secret skills. Due to the short period of time, level 1 of Ethereal Sword, Shadows, was not cultivated successfully yet. However, Su Zimo comprehended Ethereal Wings swiftly and was able to use it with ease. With Ethereal Wings, it meant that Su Zimo would be able to soar through the skies like golden cores without depending on external objects. Furthermore, it would provide a boost to his agility and mobility in the air. From a secret skill perspective alone, Ethereal Wings was much more functional than the other 2 skills. Not only could it be used as a life-saving technique, it was multifarious and its agility could be used offensively as well. Even for golden cores, Ethereal Wings was still extremely useful. The ancient battlefield did not merely contain elixirs and spirit weapons, there were also all sorts of secret skills and inheritance of powerful sects. It was said that Ethereal Wings was obtained by a disciple of the sect who had entered the ancient battlefield in the past. On this day, the palace sent men to gather everyone from the 4 ranking lists in preparation to enter the ancient battlefield. Before leaving, Xianyi instructed, keep your sect badges and be as low-key and cautious as possible within the ancient battlefield. Don't be reckless. All of you are in possession of supreme-grade flying swords, so don't reveal them until it's a life-or-death fight. There are far too many factions stronger than the Great Zhou dynasty in Tianhuang mainland. Even in the Tianhuang North region, the Great Zhou dynasty's strength is considered to be inferior. Above it, there are super sects, and above that, there are the legendary Immortal sects. The mention of that had Su Zimo's heart skipping a beat. He had heard Demonis G mention about the 9 different factions of Tianhuang mainland before. Those 9 factions did not refer to 9 different sects, the various factions added up to dozens of sects. For example, the Immortal sects had 9 major sects. There were 7 Fiend sects, and the Pure Maiden sect which Demonis G was in was merely one of them. In that sense, the Great Zhou dynasty was truly nothing when compared to those factions and sects, let alone Ethereal Peak. Zimo, especially you. Xianyi reminded, you have so many supreme grades and even a perfect spirit weapon in your possession. While no one might harbor designs on you in the capital, you have to be extremely careful once you enter the ancient battlefield. Even comrades who enter the ancient battlefield with you cannot be trusted, Liu Hui added. Su Zimo nodded. A perfect spirit weapon was enough to trigger a bloody battle between golden cores. It was easy to imagine what would happen if news of him possessing a perfect spirit weapon was leaked out in the ancient battlefield. Go on. Xianyi waved his hand. In that 1 year, it'll be good if you guys have the chance to find a passage to leave the Great Zhou dynasty and the Tianhuang North region. When they heard that, Su Zimo and the rest were shocked. Even though he did not state it explicitly, Xianyi's meaning was very clear. Su Zimo and the rest left Mo's spirit weapon workshop and arrived deep in the palace with the lead of a city guard. Inside, a huge and majestic palace hall was erected. They entered and saw that the other cultivators of the ranking lists were already present. Apart from the 40 of them, there were 10 other people, and Ji Yaoshua was among them. When Ji Yaoshua saw Su Zimo and the rest enter, she smiled and nodded at him. Given the strength of the Great Zhou dynasty, they could send 50 people into the ancient battlefield with each teleportation. Apart from the 40 people of the 4 ranking lists, the Great Zhou dynasty would also select 10 other cultivators to enter the ancient battlefield. Other than Ji Yaoshua, the other 9 must have been carefully selected and were extremely strong. Their duty was to protect the 3rd princess. In the center of the hall, there was an ancient stone array formation. The long and massive rocks chosen for the formation were about half the height of a person, and there were mysterious array patterns etched on them. Complicated and incomprehensible, they illuminated with light. 5 stone pillars stood around the stone formation. There was a cultivator seated at the top of each stone pillar. Their auras were restrained and they had steady bearings. Although their cultivation realms could not be read, they were probably at least nascent souls or even void reversions. Everyone. At that moment, the Emperor surveyed everyone and said slowly, "The ancient battlefield is not a friendly place. In it, there are some living beings from the ancient era, and some of them are even more violent than ancient remnant beasts and pure-blooded ferocious beast. Every step in the ancient battlefield is filled with killing intent and danger. However, great opportunities await alongside the dangers. Some become famous throughout the world after returning from the ancient battlefield, some raise their sects and family clans to prominence after returning. Of course, many more die without ever getting the chance to return. This is a test. If you can survive the year, you will be reborn and truly establish your foundation, ensuring your core formation. If you die, be it whether you're a genius or monster, you'll be forgotten by everyone." When he heard that, Suzimo felt a sense of D and EQ, J and a grave, VU. Back then, Daiyu said the same thing that night she threw him to Kang Lang mountain range alone. That was the truth as well. Under the baptism of blood and life and death experiences, Suzimo had built an indestructible foundation for his cultivation path that year. Chapter 337 Ancient Battlefield. Chapter 337 Ancient Battlefield. Of course, in the ancient battlefield, other than the threat of the many ancient living beings, there's also the threat of cultivators from other factions and sect. There are many sects in Tianhuang mainland and countless experts. There's even the 9 factions that reign over Tianhuang mainland. The might of the Great Zhou dynasty allows us to send 50 people into the ancient battlefield. However, some super sects or mighty dynasties can send up to thousands of people inside. Even though they were mentally prepared, most of the cultivators of the ranking lists still revealed shock when they heard that. The implication of that was that if the 50 of them were to get into a conflict with those factions in the ancient battlefield, there was a high chance that they would get annihilated by the other party. Cruel beyond anything else, there were no rules or boundaries within the ancient battlefield. Any disagreement or treasure could lead to a massive massacre. If a meridian unlocking elixir was discovered, a bloody battle would definitely erupt. For Foundation establishment cultivators, the meridian unlocking elixir was extremely rare and had long been lost in Tianhuang mainland. There were a total of 8 spirit meridians for cultivators, and unlocking them was one tougher than the other. By the time one was at their 7th or 8th meridian, it would be almost impossible to unlock them unless they had external help. However, one's chances would be improved greatly upon consuming a meridian unlocking elixir. The better the quality and grade of the meridian unlocking elixir, the greater the chances of unlocking. Of course, true treasures, elixirs, secret skills and even carnate spirit weapons might only exist deep in the ancient battlefield. It's the most dangerous there, and you will not only find legacy disciples of powerful sects, but also pure-blooded ferocious beasts. The ancient living beings deep in the ancient battlefield are also the strongest and most terrifying. Do not venture deep into the ancient battlefield under any circumstances. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that they would be safer as long as they did not venture deep into the ancient battlefield. Of course, that was only in a relative sense. The living beings in the ancient battlefield were normally asleep. However, once the ancient battlefield opens up, many of those ancient living beings would also awaken. For them, the cultivators that entered from the various parts of Tianhuang mainland were nothing but rare delicacies, and a massacre was bound to break out. There were 9 cultivators standing behind Ji Yaoxue, and the emperor pointed to one of them. This is Jiang Yu, a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator and the commander for your expedition. 10 years ago, he entered the ancient battlefield and returned alive. Be it in terms of experience or strength, he's stronger than all of you. Just listen to his instructions. Any questions? The emperor looked around and asked. Someone asked, how was the ancient battlefield formed? The emperor replied slowly, it said that the ancient battlefield is a destroyed world left behind after a massive battle in the ancient era. Within it, countless sects, experts, ferocious beasts and Fiend celestials are buried. In fact, there might even be the inheritance of those sects and experts in the depths of the ancient battlefield. Everyone was shocked. A massive battle that could shatter an entire world. One could only imagine how terrifying that battle was. After pondering for a while, the emperor reminded, the Tianhuang North region has 4 dynasties, Great Zhou, Great Xia, Great Shang and Great Yu, and they exist like fire and water. After entering the ancient battlefield, the most important thing is to watch out for them. As for everyone else, adapt to the situation. I hope to see all 50 of you return. With that said, the emperor bowed to the 5 cultivators on top of the 5 stone pillars and said in a deep voice, Elders, please open up the passage. Upon seeing that, everyone realized that the cultivation realm of the 5 cultivators should be above the emperor. It was very likely that they were already at Void Reversion realm. 5 Void Reversion Dao beings. That was the foundation of the Great Zhou dynasty. Swoosh. An invisible ripple spread out between the eyebrows of the 5 cultivators. It was extremely terrifying, as if it contained an unrivaled heavenly might. A feeling surfaced from the depths of Su Zimo's heart. He might be disintegrated if he was touched by that energy ripple. The moment that thought surfaced, Su Zimo's right hand started to heat up without any warning. It returned to normal in the blink of an eye. He frowned and glanced at his right hand. It was almost certain that Dai Yu had left him something inside that bloodbone of his right hand. However, as to what the bloodbone was or the purpose it served, Su Zimo had no clue at all. Furthermore, he had a feeling that he was not qualified to utilize the core of the bloodbone or unleash its true purpose and effects given his current cultivation rel. Every single pattern on the long-shaped rocks emitted mysterious glows that intensified, turning stronger and clearer until they converged and eventually erupted. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Rays of divine light lit up around the stone formation, creating a light barrier that illuminated the entire palace hall. Everyone, enter the formation swiftly. A cultivator on the stone pillar shouted. Su Zimo and the rest of the cultivators did not hesitate. Their figures flickered as they crossed the light barrier one after another. Break! The 5 cultivators hollered at the same time and there was a sparkle on their foreheads. The light around the stone formation immediately rose and shone brightly, forming a bedazzling pillar of light that shot into the heavens. It seemed to pierce through the voids, revealing a pitch-black tunnel that was sinister and cold. A completely different aura, one that was old and ancient, permeated through the tunnel. You have to reach the landing spot a year from now to return to Great Zhou. As soon as he said that, everyone within the stone formation felt a ripping sensation from their bodies. It was a little pain, as if an invisible force was tugging them from the spot, as they left their original spot. The light pillar in the stone formation gradually dissipated and Su Zimo and the rest had disappeared. Ancient battlefield. Even though it was just a broken world, it was vast and much larger than the Great Zhou dynasty's territory. It was a place where opportunities and danger coexisted. In a desolate land of sand, a distortion appeared in space and figures fell from within one after another. It was Su Zimo's group. Many Foundation establishment cultivators were not used to such spatial teleportations. While the entire process was brief, it was extremely painful. Their bodies felt like they were being ripped apart and their souls were being drawn from the depths of their minds. Feeling dizzy, many cultivators collapsed to the ground as soon as they came out. They could not even stand properly, looking pale and pathetic. Only a few among them could maintain their composure. Apart from the 6 Meridian Foundation establishment commander, Jiang Yu, who had been to the ancient battlefield before, Su Zimo and Night Spirit were the only ones with terrifying physiques. Jiang Yu turned his head slightly and gazed deeply at Su Zimo without saying anything. Heavens, what rich spirit chi! Is this the ancient battlefield? The spirit chi in the ancient battlefield is extremely rich. It's worlds apart from out there. Many cultivators gradually adapted and regained their senses, exclaiming in surprise. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and the surrounding spirit chi entered through his ears, eyes, nose, mouth and pores and coursed through his body. It was pure and rich, condensing into drops of spirit liquid the moment it entered his dantian. The spirit liquid formed a river in his meridians, gushing and roaring as his fourth meridian vaguely appeared. Chapter 338 Opportunity. Chapter 338 Opportunity. How terrifying. Su Zimo was shocked. He had only unlocked his third spirit meridian around 2 weeks ago. If he was cultivating normally in Tianhuang mainland, he would require a year at least to unlock the fourth spirit meridian. To his surprise, his fourth spirit meridian surfaced the moment he stepped foot onto the ancient battlefield. Based on his cultivation speed, he would be able to unlock it completely in less than 10 days. Sensing the dense spirit chi in the surroundings, some cultivators gasped for air greedily in an intoxicated manner, wishing that they could cultivate immediately. Jiang Yu stood at the front of the crowd and turned around, sweeping his gaze across everyone like an eagle. He declared loudly with a calm expression, "Everyone, listen up." Everyone's voices gradually faded. "Everyone, this is the ancient battlefield where danger lies in every step." After a slight pause, he glanced at Su Zimo in a seemingly unintentional manner and said in a deep voice, "No matter what your status was back home, you have to obey my instructions in the ancient battlefield if you wish to survive." When he heard that, Su Zimo frowned. Jiang Yu was the commander designated by the emperor and he had the highest cultivation realm among everyone present. No one was questioning him. Jiang Yu continued, "I know that there are some among you with decent capabilities. However, let me warn you that if you dare be brazen and arrogant in the ancient battlefield, the only thing that awaits you is death. Don't think that you're a somebody just because you're able to kill people above your cultivation realm. Some disciples of the top sects arriving here are able to do the same and are even stronger than you. This is a place where you find out that there's always someone better than you out there." Even though Jiang Yu did not say it explicitly, everyone could tell that he was clearly referring to Su Zimo. Equals. Su Zimo lowered his eyes in silence. Jiang Yu was clearly hostile towards him. However, Su Zimo did not know where that hostility stemmed from. It might be because of Ji Yaoshue. It might also be because of Dai Shu whom he killed. After all, there was a chance that Jiang Yu was old friends with Dai Shu back in the palace. Furthermore, given Dai Shu's capabilities, there was a high chance that he would be entering the ancient battlefield this time round as well if he wasn't dead. Su Zimo's silence was not because he was afraid of Jiang Yu, it was because he couldn't be bothered. In this entirely foreign ancient battlefield, there was no need for Su Zimo to attack this man out of some hostility. Everyone from Ethereal Peak looked displeased but none of them could say anything since Jiang Yu did not refer to anyone explicitly. Ji Yaoshue furrowed her brows and hollered softly, "Commander Jiang." Jiang Yu turned his head slightly and asked, "What orders do you have, third princess?" Suddenly, Su Zimo felt something amiss. Even though the emperor had designated Jiang Yu as the commander for the expedition, Ji Yaoshue was still of a higher status than him. However, Su Zimo had a feeling that not did Jiang Yu not respect Ji Yaoshue, his tone towards her was even a little frivolous. That was very strange. There could be reasons for Jiang Yu's hostility towards him. However, there was something worth pondering about Jiang Yu's attitude towards Ji Yaoshue. Ji Yaoshue did not sense anything unusual and merely reminded, "Commander Jiang, we should hurry on and find a resting spot before it turns dark." "Yes." Jiang Yu responded. The ancient battlefield was filled with living beings from the ancient era. At night, birds and beasts roamed freely. Demons ruled over forests in the night. For the nights in the ancient battlefield, ancient living beings ruled over the place. If one lingered outside without exceptional strength, they would definitely be met with certain death. Typically, in areas like the depths of the ancient battlefield, there would be huge cities where many powerful cultivators gathered. However, there were no such cities on the edge of the ancient battlefield. Jiang Yu retrieved a map from his storage bag and checked against it before standing before Ji Yaoshue. "Third princess, we are here now. There's a mountain nearest to this place with a cave at its foot." We can settle down at that place temporarily. All right, let's head there. Ji Yaoshue nodded. A map as such was sketched by cultivators who had returned alive from the ancient battlefield. Besides the copy in Jiang Yu's hands, no one else had any. As Ji Yaoshue and Jiang Yu were discussing, Su Zimo turned around and whispered to everyone from Ethereal Peak, "Stay close to me later. Don't get separated." Night Spirit. Su Zimo patted Night Spirit on the head and pointed to Xiaoning. It understood his intentions and came to Xiaoning's side to protect her along the way. It was only after completing the arrangements that Su Zimo felt more relieved. Right then, Jiang Yu came before everyone and said in a deep voice, "I'll arrange for the advancing formation. The 10 cultivators of the spirit ranking will take the outer perimeter and allow the elixir refinement and talisman masters who are weaker to walk in the middle. The third princess will be right in the center while I'll stay at the front to scout the path along with the other 8 great Jew guards." There was nothing inappropriate with the arrangement, and some elixir refinement and talisman masters expressed their thanks profusely. "Let's go." Jiang Yu waved, identified the direction, and led everyone towards the destination. The surroundings were filled with barren land, gravel, and strange rocks. There was not a single bit of vegetation that could be seen, as dead silence shrouded them in a slightly repressing manner. Thankfully, they did not encounter any dangers along the way. After walking for about 2 hours, Jiang Yu suddenly stopped and exclaimed softly. Out of curiosity, many cultivators looked forward. On the nearby gravel, there were pitch-black skeletons that had long dried up and had no flesh. A brief count revealed dozens of corpses, and there were storage bags beside each of them. The eyes of many cultivators lit up. It was obvious that those storage bags no longer had owners. This was an opportunity. No one had expected that they would encounter such an opportunity right after entering the ancient battlefield. The 8 great Jew guards at the front were eager and looked towards Jiang Yu instinctively. He nodded, giving silent acknowledgement that those storage bags could be taken away. The 8 guards took large strides and sped towards the corpses ahead. Many cultivators at the back could not wait any longer and sprinted ahead, wanting to get a storage bag for themselves. "Don't go." Right then, Su Zimo frowned and shouted softly. He sensed a dangerous aura. Furthermore, Night Spirit's reaction confirmed his point. At that moment, Night Spirit's head was lowered and it was growling ahead, standing in front of Su Xiaoning. Initially, everyone from Ethereal Peak wanted to join the crowd. However, they stopped instinctively upon hearing Su Zimo's voice. While they could not understand, they chose to believe in him. However, other than those from Ethereal Peak, other cultivators, including elixir refinement and talisman masters, dashed over. The only ones that remained on the spot were those from Ethereal Peak, Ji Yaoshue, Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect and Jiang Yu. Initially, Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect wanted to head forward as well. However, he caught a sideway glimpse of Jiang Yu standing motionlessly and could not help but frown. A cold glint flickered through his eyes and he eventually decided against heading forth. Chapter 339, Change. Chapter 339, Change. When he heard Su Zimo's warning, Jiang Yu's back was facing everyone as a killing intent flashed through his eyes momentarily. Apart from everyone from Ethereal Peak, the other cultivators either did not hear Su Zimo or scoffed at his warning and did not believe it. Ji Yaoshue turned around and asked, frowning, "Zimo, what's wrong? Something is not right." Su Zimo shook his head. "Those corpses are pitch black and they died for unknown reasons without even a chance to escape. They must have met with something extremely terrifying." Fu. Sai Yutang, who was about to head forth, laughed. "Su Zimo, aren't you too cowardly? You don't even dare to take something in the ancient battlefield that has no owner. I suggest you hide in a place to cultivate and don't come out ever." Su Zimo was at odds with perfected being Kang Lang. As a disciple of perfected being Kang Lang, there was naturally no way Sai Yutang would be nice to Su Zimo. Pausing for a moment, Sai Yutang turned and smiled at Ji Yaoshue before declaring confidently, "Fellow Daoist Yaoshue, don't worry. I can guarantee that there's no danger in front of us. Look at those corpses. They don't have any flesh or blood. This means that they must have died at least 10 years ago, causing the corpses to dry up. How can there be any danger? That was the same reason why many cultivators dared to step forward. Since those cultivators had been dead for so long, even if there was any danger, it should be long gone and wouldn't have lingered on the spot for the entire time. Dead for at least 10 years. Suzimo's eyes flickered as he shook his head. Not necessarily. By now, the cultivator at the front had arrived beside the corpses. Even though the great Jew guard at the front was excited, he was still a little cautious and did not want to venture too deep, merely picking up a storage bag by a corpse at the edge. He paused for a while. There was no danger. The guard opened the storage bag and his eyes lit up. Instantly, he stuffed the storage bag into his own and rushed forward to pick up more storage bags. When the other cultivators saw that, they rushed towards the corpses without further hesitation. All of a sudden, the gravel beside the corpse moved and a fist-sized bag slowly bulged. It grew larger, as if something was about to burst out of the sand. In the blink of an eye, similar bags appeared on the gravel one after another, attracting the attention of many cultivators. Those who were more alert already rode on their flying swords and soared into the skies. Poof! There was a crisp sound. A gigantic black-red ball suddenly burst forth from the sand and landed next to the feet of many cultivators. Before they could react, the black-red balls opened up, turning into worms with red heads and legs and black bodies. Densely packed, they swarmed towards the legs of the cultivators. Each worm was about the length of an arm and had 1,000 feet that shuffled across the gravel at the same time. They were extremely fast and instantly climbed onto the legs of many cultivators. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries rang one after another. Right in front of everyone, black fogs appeared on the faces of those cultivators one after another as their eyes bulged out like dead fish, filled with terror. The blood vessels from beneath their skin gradually surfaced and suddenly exploded. Blood centipedes. Suzimo's expression changed slightly. In order to find out more about Night Spirit's origins, he had browsed through many texts in Ethereal Peak about ancient living beings and knew about such savage beings. Blood centipedes were living beings of the ancient era and lived in groups. They were highly toxic and could turn flesh into a puddle of blood with a single bite before feeding in their groups. In a few breaths' time, they could devour a person till only a corpse was left. The toxic nature of the blood centipede was also the reason why the corpses were pitch black. It was said that they were long extinct in Tianhuang mainland, but who knew that they would exist in the ancient battlefield? It's the ancient blood centipede. Hurry and retreat. Suddenly, Jiangyu exclaimed and turned around hurriedly to stand beside Ji Yaoxue. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, as though he was stricken with fright as he panted. Hurry and leave, third princess. We can't linger here. But, what about them? Even though she was a princess of Great Jew, her face was somewhat pale from the sudden change in events. She pointed at the chaotic crowd in front of her, looking pained. We can't save them. If we stay here, we'll die as well. Jiangyu shouted. In just a short while, many cultivators were already dead with their flesh gone. The only thing left behind were their pitch-black corpses with their storage bags at the side. It was the exact same way as when they first found the corpses. The 4 great Jew guards at the forefront had all perished and lost their lives. Some cultivators at the back managed to avoid the tragedy and some of them stood rooted to the ground, scared stiff. A cultivator at the front turned around with a look of horror on his face. His face was blackening as he reached out with his arm and grabbed the shoulder of a weapon refinement master behind him, calling out, "Save me." Poof! The person who spoke suddenly turned into a mist of blood, splattering all over the face of the weapon refinement master. The weapon refinement master was so terrified that he snapped out of his senses and shrieked, turning around to flee immediately. However, he only managed to take a few steps when he paused and his face turned black. Turning into a puddle of blood, his corpse collapsed to the ground and a swarm of blood centipedes engulfed and swallowed it immediately. Pest! When the surviving cultivators saw that, they gasped and their pupils constricted. The toxin was so poisonous that even if a Foundation establishment cultivator was not bitten by a blood centipede, he could die just by touching a few drops of blood from an infected cultivator. Ji Yaoshue realized that there was no way to save the cultivators bitten by the blood centipedes. All of them would die here if they tried to save the others forcefully. Sai Yutang was so scared that his face was pale as a sheet. He felt a lingering fear in his heart, thankful that he had argued with Su Zimo and was slower. This way. Everyone, ride on your flying swords. The blood centipedes can't fly. Jiang Yu ordered and leaped on his flying sword, speeding off in a direction with Ji Yaoshue and the remaining survivors. The survivors were already in a state of panic and summoned their flying swords subconsciously, soaring into the air and escaping behind Jiang Yu. The entire place was in chaos. Among everyone present, Su Zimo was the only one who could maintain his composure as he ran on the ground with Night Spirit, following tightly behind everyone. Even though they were already far from the corpse area, the sense of danger in Su Zimo's heart intensified instead of disappearing. Be careful, everyone. Before he could finish his words, there was a loud bang. The gravel in front suddenly collapsed, forming a massive pit. A huge, hideous head popped out from the sand pit with 1,000 feet shuffling at the same time. Suddenly, it raised half of its body, facing everyone and emitting an extremely terrifying aura. A pair of sharp fangs that exuded a foul smell bit together, producing a clanging sound. Its bloodshot eyes were like blazing suns, fuming with killing intent. This was an incomparably massive blood centipede, and the half of its body that was revealed was already 100 feet long. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. Even though the blood centipede could not fly, the raised half of its body was a full 100 feet long and blocked everyone's path instantly. They were obstructed at the front and chased at the back. Chapter 340, Poison Immunity. Chapter 340, Poison Immunity. Faced with this huge creature that blocked their way, two cultivators' eyes were filled with madness. They wanted to circle around the blood centipede and continue running. Swash! Swash! The blood centipede swung the two feelers on its head that were like two long black whips. They tore through the void with a pungent smell, pulling the two cultivators back immediately. Ah! Ah! The two of them let out tragic cries and were turned into a pool of blood, devoured by the blood centipede almost instantly. To the side, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes as he pointed to a new direction and shouted. Without any hesitation, everyone from Ethereal Sword turned around and sped in that direction. Many cultivators followed suit subconsciously. Swash! A black shadow darted by and a cultivator that was riding on his flying sword in midair was swept by the blood centipede's feelers, dying miserably in its mouth. It was too fast. The cultivators were not exactly agile in midair with sword kinesis flight, and it was difficult for them to escape the feelers of the blood centipede. Some of them were bound to die when the black shadow swept by. The massive body of the blood centipede was almost completely emerged from the ground. Even at 200 feet long, it was surprisingly agile. Clang! 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 Its 1,000 feet shuffled at the same time on the gravel, causing sparks to fly everywhere along with a cringing sound. Swiftly, the blood centipede charged towards Su Zimo and the others. Swash! The blood centipede swept its feelers once more and they sliced through the air. This time round, the black shadow that darted was aimed for Ji Yaoshue. Two of the great Ju guards made a snap decision and spun around, defending in front of Ji Yaoshue. They summoned two flying swords decisively and slashed at the black shadow. Buzz! The swords shone brightly, both of them were superior-grade flying swords. Furthermore, the two great Ju guards that struck were 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators. Clang! A metallic clashing sound reverberated when the blades struck the black shadow. The black shadow was the feeler of the blood centipede and should have been the weakest spot of its body. However, even two attacks from superior-grade flying swords that were summoned by 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators could not slice it apart. The two superior-grade flying swords were repelled and fell to the ground nearby. The blades dimmed and turned black, clearly already useless. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw that. Squeak! Squeak! Upon receiving a counterattack, the blood centipede let out an ear-piercing sound and turned ferocious. Its eyes shone with a scarlet, bloodthirsty light as it lunged forward even faster than before. It struck with its other feeler, letting out a swooshing sound that rattled one's soul. At that moment, the two great Jew guards had just lost their flying swords. Although the black shadow was coming for them, they could not dodge because the Princess of Great Jew was right behind them. Both of them touched their storage bags and crushed a protection talisman respectively before taking out two shields to block in front of them. A look of despair flickered through their eyes. Through the previous exchange, both of them had already realized that they could not match the blood centipede's strength. The toxins on its feelers alone were enough to poison them to death. Suzimo's gaze turned cold as he stamped on the ground. With a boom, he leaped into midair wielding a blood-colored saber. Blood Quencher, the perfect spirit weapon. Against this ferocious beast from the ancient era, Suzimo did not dare to hold back as his power of bloodline and spirit energy churned at the same time. A rumbling sound of thunder and gushing tsunami echoed from his body in a terrifying manner. 5 spirit patterns shone on Blood Quencher brightly and a blooded glow enveloped it at the same time. Blood Quencher tore through the air and turned into a blood beam, colliding against the black shadow. Poof! A flash of blood splattered through the sky. The feeler of the blood centipede could not withstand the sharpness of blood centipede and was cut into 2. Squeak! The blood centipede shrieked tragically in pain against that massive injury as its severed feeler that was as thick as an arm wagged frenziedly, spraying endless black blood. Fresh blood gushed out the moment Blood Quencher severed the feeler. Suzimo could not dodge and was covered from head to toe in the poisonous blood. Everyone from Ethereal Peak felt their hearts sank when they saw it, realizing that it was a bad sign. Brother! Su Xiaoning swayed and felt her head spin, nearly falling from the sky. Thankfully, Leng Ru supported her in time. Ah! Ji Yaoshue shrieked and her face was pale as a sheet. It was over. The toxin within the blood of the cultivators that were bitten by the small blood centipedes was already enough to kill a Foundation Establishment cultivator, let alone the toxin from this massive creature. Hurry and run, third princess. Ji Yaoshue persuaded hurriedly when he saw Ji Yaoshue standing motionlessly in midair, refusing to leave. He continued, Suzimo's a dead man. There's no point for you to stay here any longer, third princess. Zimo. Ji Yaoshue called out softly with a pained expression. Xiaoning, Yaoshue, leave first. I'm fine. Just as everyone thought that Suzimo was dead, his voice rang out. It sounded no different from usual. Even under such circumstances, there was no trace of panic and provided an inexplicable sense of assurance. He was not dead. By then, most of the cultivators were also gradually realizing something strange. Normally, one would turn into a puddle of blood and be rendered to a corpse almost instantly after being tainted by the poisonous blood of the blood centipedes. However, more than 10 breaths had passed and Suzimo was still standing on the spot. Even though they were facing his back, nothing seemed unusual. Poison immunity. 2 words flashed across everyone's mind. In reality, Suzimo was also shocked when he was sprayed by the blood centipede's blood. He could clearly feel a powerful and destructive blood surge through his body, seemingly able to reap his life. However, the moment that blood seeped in, his bloodline started churning and his tsunami blood gushed within his body, rushing at the poisonous blood. Lightning was mighty and ferocious, able to purge away all evil. Not only that, Suzimo had devoured a dragon before. The bloodline of the dragon race was extremely noble and terrifying. It was not something that a mere ancient blood centipede could compare against. Be it the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the Void Thunder Manual or the essence energy of a divine dragon, any one of those powers was enough to completely suppress and devour the poisonous blood of the blood centipede. Furthermore, Suzimo was in possession of all 3 terrifying powers. In a few breaths' time, the poisonous blood failed to hurt Suzimo and was instead completely cleansed by his bloodline with its toxins purged entirely. Right now, Suzimo could be said to be immune to all poisons. Click, clack, click. Not far away, a group of blood centipedes were already rushing in this direction. Dense and cluttered, the ground was filled with an unsettling shade of red and black. If he was faced with a single blood centipede, even if it was huge and menacing, Suzimo might not have retreated. However, It was hard to guarantee that nothing would happen if he was swarmed by a group of them. Furthermore, this was the ancient battlefield where dangers lurked everywhere. If he was trapped here, there was a chance that an even more terrifying and powerful ancient living being might be attracted over. This was not a place where he should linger. Suzimo turned to leave and put away Blood Quencher. Instead, he withdrew a gigantic bow that shone with 4 spirit patterns and shot an arrow backwards without looking at all. Naturally, a single arrow was not enough to kill the Blood Centipede King. However, it could impede its movement. Chapter 341, I'll Strike. Chapter 341, I'll Strike. Everyone fled in panic. Suzimo hung around the back and was able to prevent the attacks of the blood centipedes. In reality, the moment the Blood Centipede King appeared, Night Spirit's eyes shone with a murderous killing intent, and it even harbored thoughts of turning around to fight the Blood Centipede King. However, Suzimo did not wish to get entangled with those poisonous creatures at this place and gestured for Night Spirit to just protect Xiaoning. Most importantly, it was because Suzimo was wary about someone else. Jiang Yu. In theory, Suzimo should not be suspicious of the commander that was designated by the Emperor of Great Ju. However, through their interactions, Suzimo was certain that there was something wrong with this person. Suzimo ran on the ground. Under the gravel not far ahead, 2 big bags surfaced and another swarm of blood centipedes were about to emerge. Night Spirit was a step faster and with a single leap, stomped down with its massive feet. 5 claws extended silently and grabbed with force. Poof! The blood centipedes coiled together and the red-black balls that had just emerged were crushed by Night Spirit instantly. Even though the poisonous blood splattered all over Night Spirit, it was indifferent and merely shook everything off before continuing to sprint ahead. Night Spirit could not be hurt by the horrifying poisonous blood either. Behind the group was a sea of red and black, as though endless waves were surging as countless blood centipedes moved. After suffering the injury, the Blood Centipede King no longer dared to wave its feelers casually. However, it found itself having to retreat due to Suzimo's arrows each time it wanted to charge forth. The hunt continued for a long time before the group found a green shade of grass ahead. Within that desolate desert, green represented life and everyone was invigorated. When they flew above the grass, the red and black sea chasing them came to a gradual stop. Blood centipedes lived in the desert and would not leave it that easily. Standing at the edge of the desert, the Blood Centipede King raised its massive body and shuffled its 1,000 feet, roaring in the direction of Suzimo's group. Its bloodshot eyes looked indignant. When they saw that, everyone slowed down and eventually put away their flying swords to descend on the ground. Gasping for breath, all of them were rattled. The escape had taken a huge toll on everyone's spirit energy and they were almost drained. They would not have lasted for much longer if they had to continue flying. Ji Yaoshue counted the crowd and she sighed gently as her eyes dimmed. In less than a day, the 50 people that entered the ancient battlefield were down to less than 20. The cultivators of the elixir and weapon rankings had lower cultivation realms and most of them did not make it. Apart from 5 great Ju guards, Jiang Yu included, Suzimo, Su Xiaoning and the 3 from Ethereal Peak, a miserable few were left and everyone was in low spirits, looking wretched. To think that the ancient battlefield would be this cruel. Initially, most of them harbored hopes of a fruitful expedition. In fact, they even dreamed about obtaining the Meridian unlocking elixir, carnate spirit weapons or the inheritance of some fallen sects. But now, some of them were completely frightened by what they had just experienced. Apart from Jiang Yu, even the few remaining great Ju guards revealed traces of uneasiness and fear in their eyes. Should we find a place to stay and just cultivate there for an entire year without heading out anymore? A female cultivator asked timidly. In less than a day, more than half the cultivators were killed. If they were to continue roaming about in the remaining year, could they even get out alive? That's right. Sai Yutong coughed gently. The spirit chi in the ancient battlefield is so rich. It won't be a wasted trip even if we were to just cultivate for a year here. With that said, he looked at Suzimo who was calm and indifferent, laughing dryly. If someone wants to die and wishes to continue heading out, go on ahead. However, don't expect us to follow you. The path of cultivation was something that defied the heavens to begin with. Every step was filled with thorns, and it was only natural that one would encounter countless dangers along the way. If one were to be fearful of advancing after meeting with some setbacks, their accomplishments in the future would be limited as well. Su Zimo ignored Sai Yutang and swept his glance across the crowd, coming to an understanding. Of those that were remaining, even though everyone from Ethereal Peak, Shi Jian, Jun Hao and the others were shocked, none of them had fears in their eyes, their gazes were still resolute. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, "We don't have many people left, so no one should act on their own and divide our strength. We'll follow the original plan of heading to that cave to stay the night. Commander Jiang, should we rest for a while first to recover our strength and spirit energy?" Someone suggested. No. Jiang Yu rejected the suggestion without hesitation. Time is tight. We have to hurry and get there before night falls. He beckoned and determined the direction before walking in front to lead everyone. Ji Yaoshue slowed down and came to Su Zimo's side, asking concernedly with a worried expression, "Zimo, are you all right?" No matter what, she had witnessed the poisonous blood of the blood centipede spraying on Su Zimo. She was still worried that the poisonous blood might do damage to him. "I'm fine." Su Zimo shook his head and whispered, "There's something wrong with Jiang Yu. You have to be careful of him." Ji Yaoshue paused for a moment and raised her brow, looking perplexed. "Even though we suffered heavy casualties, it was an accident and we can't blame it on Jiang Yu entirely. Furthermore, he was at the ancient battlefield 10 years ago and made it back alive. Father also designated him as the commander. I don't think there should be a problem. The problem is precisely because he has been to the ancient battlefield before." Su Zimo replied, "Given his experience, there's no way he couldn't tell that there was something wrong with those corpses." However, he allowed the others to pick up the storage bags. Furthermore, pausing for a moment, he continued, "After discovering those corpses, he did not continue moving forward." Ji Yaoshue was extremely smart and instantly realized that something was amiss as well. Su Zimo said in a low voice, "In fact, I'm suspecting that he was deliberately letting them die so as to weaken the strength of the team. But what motive does he have for doing that? What does he stand to gain from that?" Ji Yaoshue could not understand. Su Zimo shook his head. "I don't know either. How about we join forces to suppress and interrogate him right now?" Right after she said that, Ji Yaoshue shook her head to her own suggestion and frowned. "No, everyone's tired and worn out right now. Furthermore, Jiang Yu has the highest cultivation realm and we won't be able to restrain him even with our combined strength." Suddenly, Ji Yaoshue realized a horrifying fact. If there was truly something wrong with Jiang Yu, no one would be his match given his strength as a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. "If you're agreeable, I'll strike to take him down." Right then, Su Zimo's voice rang out, his tone casual and indifferent. However, for some reason, his words made Ji Yaoshue's initially uneasy heart calm down instantly. Chapter 342, Great Shang Dynasty. Chapter 342, Great Shang Dynasty. Even though Ji Yaoshue did not believe that Su Zimo could take down a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, his words gave her an inexplicable sense of assurance. It was the same feeling she felt back then in Kang Lang Mountain Range. Suddenly, Ji Yaoshue thought of something and her cheeks flushed, revealing a flawless beauty. Just as her imagination was running wild, Su Zimo's voice rang again. "Someone's coming." "Ah!" Ji Yaoshue snapped back to her senses and followed Su Zimo's gaze. However, she saw no one. In her bewilderment, Su Zimo's eyes narrowed and flickered as he suddenly declared, "Everyone, please stop. There's a group of cultivators headed for this direction in an imposing manner. They don't seem to be friendly. Everyone, be careful." The moment he said that, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Their group of 50 cultivators had suffered a massive loss and were down to less than 20 who were exhausted. If anyone had ill intentions, there was a high chance they might not survive. Jiang Yu walked right at the front and his back was facing Su Zimo. A cold and murderous intent flashed through his eyes. "There's nobody." Many cultivators looked around and upwards nervously. However, they saw nothing but emptiness. All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering sounded in the air ahead. At first, it was barely audible, but it grew louder as time went on. Before long, shadows appeared on the horizon and sped over at an extremely fast speed. "Commander Jiang, what should we do? Are they targeting us?" a fearful cultivator asked in a low voice. Jiang Yu did not reply and only smiled coldly. There were over 50 cultivators on the other side, and they arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. The few Great Zhu guards yelled with changed expressions, "The Great Shang Dynasty." Upon hearing those words, everyone's hearts sank. Zhang Hao frowned, seemingly surprised. Ji Yaoshue's expression turned extremely terrible as well. The Tianhuang North region consisted of 4 great dynasties: Great Xia, Great Shang, Great Zhu, and Great Yu. There were always wars at the borders, and the dynasties coexisted like fire and water. Under such circumstances, it was almost equivalent to the death penalty for them to encounter cultivators from the Great Shang dynasty. Su Zimo's gaze landed on Jiang Yu and his heart stirred as he vaguely understood something. The appearance of the Great Shang dynasty's cultivators was too coincidental and perfect. This was their weakest moment. Furthermore, the cultivators of the Great Shang dynasty had located them with such precision in less than a day. It was as though someone was guiding them. None of it made sense. However, everything could be explained if Jiang Yu was someone from the Great Shang dynasty. He had intentionally led everyone to the corpses previously because he wanted to make use of the blood centipedes to weaken their group. After escaping, Jiang Yu refused to let everyone rest and continued sprinting until their spirit energies were nearly depleted. At their weakest moment, the Great Shang dynasty appeared. Everything was so logical and perfect. "I am Duan Mingda of the Great Shang dynasty. I heard that the 3rd princess of Great Zhu is here, so I've come specially to invite you over as a guest." Even though she was referred to as a guest, they were actually kidnapping Ji Yaoshue forcefully. The person who spoke wore a brocade robe and looked at Ji Yaoshue smugly. Following that, Duan Mingda swept his gaze across the others and let out a cruel smile, saying coldly, "As for the others, they shall be killed without mercy. Prepare for battle." Ji Yaoshue took a deep breath and made a snap decision. "I would rather die in battle than be taken captive. Cultivators of the Great Shang dynasty, you have belittled me." At that moment, the tenderness on Ji Yaoshue's face was gone, replaced with a steely and murderous look. She glanced sideways and whispered, "Zimo, take everyone with you and escape as far as possible. You don't have to care about me." Su Zimo raised his brows gently and did not reply. Afraid that he wasn't judging the situation properly, Ji Yaoshue continued, "I'm the one they want, so I have to die along with them. However, it's different for you guys. You can survive. Zimo, promise me that you must live on and tell father about what happened today." Foo. Right then, a cold laugh sounded. Ji Yaoshue took a couple of steps forward and turned around. He looked at Ji Yaoshue and Su Zimo mockingly and shook his head. "It's too late, 3rd princess. None of you shall escape today. Jiang Yu, you're indeed the traitor." Ji Yaoshue's expression turned cold. Everyone else from the Great Zhu dynasty were rooted on the spot, yet to understand what was happening. "Commander Jiang, why are you?" Even the Great Zhu guards could not believe what was happening and asked subconsciously. Duan Mingda chuckled softly. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, you have done well for us to be able to take down everyone from the Great Zhu dynasty and even capture a princess." "That's right." Another Great Shang cultivator laughed and nodded. "Your Majesty will surely reward fellow Daoist Jiang immensely for your great contribution. Your future will be bright." It's over. Sai Yutang's face was ashen as though he had lost his parents as he mumbled repeatedly. The others looked extremely terrible as well. Initially, Jiang Yu was their only support as a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. But now, their 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was in the same camp as those from the Great Shang dynasty. Jiang Yu's next sentence made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. "Ji Yaoshue, you had better give up. Apart from me, Brother Mingda is also at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment." It'll be difficult for you guys to escape even if you have wings. Everyone was shocked. 2-6 Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivators. After Jiang Yu went over to the other side, Ji Chengtian and the other 5 Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivators were the ones with the highest cultivation realms remaining. Their combined strength could not match a single 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Furthermore, everyone was exhausted and their combat powers were reduced. Ji Yaoshue asked slowly, Jiang Yu, my Ji family has treated you well. Why are you repaying our kindness with ingratitude? Jiang Yu replied, indeed, the Ji family hasn't let me down. However, I would have died in the ancient battlefield 10 years ago if not for those of the Great Shang dynasty. So, you've already sold your life to the Great Shang dynasty 10 years ago? So, that's a reason for you to forget about who your benefactors were? To forget who were the ones who brought you onto the path of cultivation and imparted techniques to you? So, that's a reason for you to forget about the Ji family's kindness to you? Ji Yaoshue questioned loudly with a sharp gaze, unable to quell the raging flames in her heart. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yu replied expressionlessly and coldly, I don't want to die. So, you guys will have to die. Fu. Ji Yaoshue laughed. Jiang Yu continued, Ji Yaoshue, if you surrender obediently, I can guarantee that you won't suffer. But, you had better not do anything foolish. There's no need to talk further. Let's fight. Let's see what kind of an ending an ungrateful wolf like you will meet in the Great Shang dynasty. Ji Yaoshue commented icily, everyone from the Great Shang dynasty, listen up. If this man can betray the Great Zhou dynasty, he can do the same to the Great Shang dynasty. When they heard that, the expressions from the people of the Great Shang dynasty changed. Duan Mingda's gaze flickered for a brief moment as well. Su Zimo praised internally. Ji Yaoshue's statement was not weaker than any physical weapons. It was a killing remark that struck right at Jiang Yu's vital spot. Chapter 343 Exchange with Your Lives. Chapter 343 Exchange with Your Lives. Jiang Yu's expression changed as he said hurriedly, this woman is clearly trying to sow discord between us. Fellow Taoists from the Great Shang dynasty, let's not fall into her trap. Indeed, anyone could tell that Ji Yaoshue was trying to sow discord. However, the amazing thing about her remark was that even if those from the Great Shang dynasty did not fall for the trap, it would be difficult for Jiang Yu to gain their trust in the future. In fact, he might even be suspected, doubted, and killed later on. Duan Mingda pondered for a moment before smiling. There's no need to worry, fellow Daoist Jiang Yu. You've done a great deed, so why would we suspect you? That's right. The most important thing right now is to kill off this group of Great Zhou cultivators first, another cultivator replied. Suddenly, Duan Mingda's expression changed as he glanced sideways at the distant horizon. There were people coming over. A group of about 60 cultivators was speeding over with a ferocious killing intent. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. It was the Great Xia dynasty. The crowd gasped. Su Zimo swept his gaze and could not help but frown when he noticed the shock and fear in the eyes of Duan Mingda and the others. By the looks of it, this wasn't communicated between the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties. However, the Great Xia cultivators arrived right after the Great Shang cultivators. Su Zimo did not believe that such a coincidence could happen in this world. There must be something amiss. With the arrival of the Great Xia cultivators, it was now a three-way fight and the situation instantly became a little strange. Right now, the strength of Great Zhou was the weakest while Great Xia and Great Shang were on par. However, Great Xia and Great Shang were in a confrontational state, both wary of the other, afraid that the other side would stand to gain from their losses. Moreover, the arrival of the Great Xia dynasty was indeed rather strange. If Jiang Yu was the spy and led the Great Shang cultivators here, who was the one who brought the Great Xia cultivators over? Could it truly be a coincidence? Ji Yaoshue's eyes flickered as she suddenly declared, fellow Taoists of the Great Xia dynasty, I'm the princess of Great Zhou. May I know who's the commander for your expedition? From the Great Xia camp, their leader was a man clad in steel armor. His expression was cold as he asked in a deep voice, I am Guo Yi. What do you seek, Princess of Great Jew. Fellow Daoist Gwe, I represent Great Jew to seek an alliance with Great Xia so that we can wipe out the Great Shong cultivators. Ji Yaoshue said, furthermore, we want nothing from the storage bags and items that are left. The only thing we want is to kill that traitor of Great Jew. The moment she said that, Duan Mingda and the other Great Shong cultivators were startled. Even though there were less than 20 cultivators on the side of Great Jew, they would definitely be a threat if they were to join forces with Great Xia. The situation was starting to disadvantage the Great Shong dynasty. Duan Mingda chuckled and eased the tension in the air before declaring loudly, fellow Daoist Gwe, the remaining cultivators of Great Jew are already at the end of their flight and there's nothing to fear. Ji Yaoshue's aim is for us to have an internecine outcome. Fellow Daoists of Great Xia, please do not fall for it. Gwe of Great Xia remained silent. He swept his gaze over Su Zimo and the others thoughtfully. A moment later, he suddenly remarked, how about we join forces to kill the Great Jew cultivators first? As for the spoils of war, our two dynasties can split it evenly. Of course. When they heard that, Duan Mingda and the others agreed readily with bright eyes. Ji Yaoshue and the others felt their hearts sink. The Great Shong dynasty alone was enough to wipe them out, let alone combined with the Great Xia dynasty. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Gwe's decision was staggered. It was as though he had only said that after he received an order. The coincidental appearance of the Great Xia dynasty coupled with Gwe's reaction confirmed Su Zimo's guess that there was a spy within the remaining Great Jew cultivators as well. Furthermore, the status of that spy in the Great Xia dynasty was even higher than Gwe's. Earlier, that spy had used a special technique to transmit information, causing Gwe to come up with the decision of working together with the Great Shong dynasty. Subtly, Su Zimo surveyed the remaining Great Jew cultivators. His gaze paused briefly on one of them before looking away. Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect. When they heard that Great Xia and Great Shong were joining hands, the Great Jew cultivators were sad, indignant, frustrated and despaired. However, Jun Hao was the only one who was calm. He was so calm, as though he was not worried about his safety at all. Gwe and Duan Mingda's group were still discussing how to share the spoils of war when Su Zimo looked up at the sky and walked over leisurely. Zimo. Brother. Ji Yaoshue and the rest were shocked, shouting instinctively. Su Zimo seemed oblivious and arrived not far from Gwe and Duan Mingda's group before asking indifferently, it's getting late. Are you guys done discussing? This is the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Jew, a 3-meridian foundation establishment cultivator. He's in possession of 18 supreme-grade flying swords and a perfect spirit weapon, Blood Quencher. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice. The cultivators of Great Xia and Great Shong fell into an uproar. They looked at Su Zimo with burning eyes, as though they wanted to skin him alive. Perfect spirit weapon? Are you serious? Duan Mingda narrowed his gaze and glared at Jiang Yu, enunciating every word. Absolutely. Jiang Yu nodded. He refined that Blood Quencher personally in front of everyone during the Great Jew dynasty's sect competition. Duan Mingda turned to Gwe and said with a fake smile, Brother Gwe, how should we split that perfect spirit weapon? A perfect spirit weapon was enough for Golden Cause to wage a bloody battle. Be it Great Xia or Great Shong, no one would give it up so easily. Gwe raised his brow slightly and asked, what do you suggest, Brother Duan? I do have a suggestion. Suddenly, Su Zimo spoke. Oh. What? Duan Mingda and Gwe turned around and looked at Su Zimo calmly. They did not hide the mockery and sarcasm in their eyes. To the both of them, Su Zimo was like a fish on a chopping board right now. Anyone who wants Blood Quencher. Suddenly, Su Zimo paused and stomped his feet heavily on the ground. With a loud boom, the ground shook. He charged forward with a flash as a deafening sound echoed from his body. Thunder rumbled, his blood sounded like a tsunami mixed with the sound of tigers and leopards and was extremely terrifying. Exchange. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo had already closed in. He roared and said the first word. At the same time, a massive blood-colored saber appeared in his hands. Buzz. 5 spirit patterns shone on the saber in a bedazzling manner like a blazing blood sun. It emanated with a blood stench and a torrential killing intent. The cultivators of Great Xia and Great Shong were taken aback. Duan Mingda and the others who were facing Su Zimo felt an apocalyptic might surging over that they could not defend against. With Su Zimo swung his arms and Blood Quencher drew a perfect arc in the air, shining forth with a horrifying bloody glow. Right now, it was too late to dodge. Duan Mingda did not have time to think as he whipped out a protection talisman and crushed it on the spot. Before he could do anything else, Blood Quencher had already descended from above. Lives. Those who wanted Blood Quencher had to exchange for it with their lives. With Su Zimo's last word, Duan Mingda's body was split into two by Blood Quencher and blood splattered everything. Even the protection talisman could not save his life. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was killed with a single cleave. Chapter 344, Charging Ahead. Chapter 344, Charging Ahead. None of the cultivators of the three dynasties thought that Su Zimo would dare strike, let alone expect his strike. Furthermore, they were too close to one another and Duan Mingda was completely unguarded since he knew nothing about Su Zimo. Even as a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, he was cleaved into two by Su Zimo and died on the spot. The crowd exploded. Kill him. The Great Shong cultivators were enraged as they roared with bloodshot eyes. Jiang Yu had witnessed Su Zimo in action before. The moment Duan Mingda died, he summoned a flying sword and leaped into the air to distance himself from Su Zimo. However, the other cultivators did not know better and remained standing on the spot, summoning their flying swords that glowed with spirit lights and conjured hand seals. They were prepared to strike at the same time to kill Su Zimo. Bang! After killing Duan Mingda, Su Zimo did not pause at all and charged right into the crowd. The cultivator at the front had just summoned his flying sword when his vision blacked out and he was sent flying. Exploding in midair, the person turned into a mist of blood. Pest! All the cultivators gasped when they saw that. A simple collision caused a cultivator to explode. The terrifying power of his burst could compare to an ancient ferocious beast. After devouring the divine dragon, Su Zimo attained greater mastery of the organ's refinement section. Every single punch and kick possessed a strength of 5,000 kilograms. The body of an ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand his might in a clash. While he sent that person flying, Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher and slashed horizontally. Poof! A flash of blood appeared and a huge head flew up. Blood splattered from the broken neck, forming a terrifying sight. Blood Quencher was blood-colored to begin with. After touching blood, the shade on its blade grew brighter and more blindingly red. Everyone, watch out. That person is extremely strong in melee combat. Don't let him get close to you. Jiang Yu rode on his flying sword and shouted from midair. The remaining Great Shong cultivators were fear-stricken and wished that they could curse out loud. What's the point of saying it only now? Their commander for the expedition, Duan Mingda, who was at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, was already dead. As for Su Zimo, he was rampaging through the crowd and many cultivators were chopped down by Blood Quencher before they could even soar into the air. Even without Blood Quencher, those people would most likely die if Su Zimo closed in on them. Now that he had that perfect graded Blood Quencher in his hands, he was just like a tiger who had grown wings. Even if Su Zimo did not use all his strength, ordinary 4 and 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators would not be able to withstand the might of a single slash from that heavy saber. Instant thunder. Su Zimo pointed forward and hollered softly, "Instant thunder." Snap. A deafening sound rumbled from the skies as a thunderbolt as thick as an arm descended instantly. It struck the crowd, turning it into a sparkling sea of lightning. Many cultivators conjured spirit arts instantly to defend against it. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zimo entered the crowd once more and flickered left and right. Everywhere his saber was pointed, broken limbs would fly as no one could defend against him. The Great Shong cultivators at the outer circle summoned 2 flying swords, scurrying into the air on one while pointing the other at Su Zimo. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, spirit lights danced the air as beams of light streaked through the air as though there were 1,000 rays. Lowering his body, Suzimo sprawled on the ground and slithered through the grass like a snake at an extremely fast speed. The grass swayed, leaving a trail as Suzimo's figure was barely discernible. He had dodged more than half of the flying swords. Behind him, mud flew all over as the flying swords left their marks. The remaining dozen or so flying swords were hot on his tail. Suddenly, Suzimo's eyes lit up as he rose and channeled his bloodline, causing the sound of tsunami surging to echo from his body. Crackle. As his bloodline churned, his bones shifted endlessly while his tendons twitched and sounded in unison. Instantly, Suzimo's body swelled up. Break! He hollered, gripping Blood Quencher tightly as his muscles expanded and knotted together, bursting through his sleeves in an instant. Two thick arms exerted strength, raising Blood Quencher and cleaving down heavily against the dozen or so incoming flying swords. Cling! Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Right in front of everyone, the dozen or so superior-grade flying swords were snapped into two by a single slash of Blood Quencher as they scattered to the ground without luster. Ah! Gasps could be heard from the Great Shang and Great Xia factions. It was way too savage. This was a complete suppression in terms of brute strength, and there was no way to resist at all. Suzimo's moves were too swift and decisive. In a mere 10 breaths, more than 10 Great Shang cultivators had been killed by Blood Quencher, a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator included. Everyone from Great Xia stood rooted to the spot, a hint of fear appearing in the depths of their eyes. As for Ji Yaoxue and everyone else, they felt their morales rise instantly. Waving her arm, Ji Yaoxue said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this is a life and death battle. Kill the enemies with me and take down the traitor. Kill, kill, kill." Everyone from Ethereal Peak, the 4 great Ju guards and Shijian were all feeling invigorated and pumped as they roared and charged forward. Night Spirit's gaze was cold as it surveyed its surroundings. It did not make a move and stayed by Su Xiaoning's side the entire time. 7-star plum. Purple slash. Duality smoke gathering sword. Countless spirit arts collided in midair as the Great Ju and Great Xia dynasties finally clashed. Little Fatty rode on his flying sword with a gigantic axe in his hand, working with Shijian of Southern Mountains sect in sync. The 4 great Ju guards stayed close to Ji Yaoxue's side and did not dare to leave her alone, merely dealing with the enemies with their flying swords. Explode! Lung Ru shouted softly as her sleeves shook and more than 10 talismans appeared. Thrown into the crowd, they exploded instantly, turning into a gigantic sea of flames that engulfed a few cultivators. Although she was only at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment, Lung Ru's attainment in talismans was truly brilliant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten the number 1 spot of the talisman ranking. Even Suzimo would not be willing to take on someone like her who could throw out a large number of talismans with every attack. Ah! The few Great Shang cultivators did not die on the spot. However, they were severely injured as their skins tore in a blooded mess while they shrieked endlessly in the sea of flames. Phew! Phew! Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak released ethereal wings and his flying sword that was at the void level. Unpredictable streams of seemingly imperceptible ripples crossed the sea of flames, killing the shrieking Great Shang cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. The Great Ju faction now had the upper hand and were ferocious. In truth, there was another strong faction on the battlefield that had yet to interfere. Right from the beginning, most of the Great Xia cultivators had been eyeing the situation from the sidelines coldly. Guo Yi's gaze was fixed on a cultivator of Great Ju the entire time. Suddenly, in the chaotic battlefield, Jun Hao of Azure Frost sect glanced askance at the direction of the Great Xia faction and made a few continuous hand gestures. The gestures were extremely subtle and Guo Yi was the only one who noticed them. Understanding what it meant, Guo Yi raised his arm and shouted, "Go forth and eliminate the remaining survivors of the Great Ju dynasty." Chapter 345, 3 slashes. Chapter 345, 3 slashes. Buzz. Suzimo was charging through the crowd when he heard a sword slash. His mind throbbed vaguely with a sharp pain as a warning flashed in his heart. The attack was extremely fast and sharp, It could definitely pose a threat to him. A 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator had struck. Clang. Without time to look back, Suzimo slashed in reverse and blocked the incoming flying sword. An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing screeched as sparks flew. That attack was extremely strong and Suzimo shuddered, killing intent surging into his eyes. There was only a single person who could attack him from that angle, the traitor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Jiang Yu. Sidestepping, Suzimo dodged a couple more flying swords and spun around swiftly. He glared at Jiang Yu, who was not far away in midair, and said with a cold voice, "You have a death wish. Everyone, don't panic. As long as we keep our distance, that person is of no threat." Jiang Yu declared loudly, "I'll hold him back while you guys join forces to kill him." "Someone like you?" Suzimo laughed coldly and ignored the flying swords and spirit arts coming at his back. Stomping on the ground heavily, he leaped into the air like a rainbow. In midair, Suzimo conjured hand seals and suddenly, a gigantic pair of wings spread out behind him. They surged with spirit light and were lifelike. That was one of Ethereal Peak's 3 major secret skills, ethereal wings. With ethereal wings, Suzimo could soar through the skies like golden cores without the need for external objects. His combat skill in the air was now the same as on the ground. Swoosh! Both wings flapped and in a flash, Suzimo brushed by a great Shong cultivator. A bloody scar emerged from that person's neck as blood sprayed out while he fell from his flying sword, already dead. Jiang Yu's eyelid twitched. Even though he was a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, a full 3 cultivation realms above Suzimo, his speed with sword kinesis flight could not match Suzimo, who was in possession of ethereal wings. In other words, Jiang Yu could only fight Suzimo head-on to see who would have the upper hand. Water Moon Wheel. Jiang Yu conjured hand seals and channeled his spirit energy fervently, forming a round, blue full moon that rippled in front of him. It shone with a chilling killing intent and charged forward. Break. Suzimo's bloodline rumbled as the power of thunder gathered in his palm, turning into a thunder spear that shimmered with lightning as he threw it towards the full moon. Boom. The 2 spirit arts collided into a huge bang. The lightning spirit energy surged, producing a dizzying oval sphere of energy that illuminated half the sky. They were even. Right from the beginning, Suzimo's body had not paused for the slightest bit, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 feet away from Jiang Yu. Go. Seeing that his spirit art was useless, Jiang Yu controlled his flying sword and pointed forward hurriedly. The sword quivered, turning into a beam of light that shot towards Suzimo's face. At the same time, Jiang Yu rode on his flying sword and retreated furiously. His attack was not meant to injure Suzimo. It was for Suzimo to deal with it head-on. That way, Suzimo's speed would naturally decrease and the both of them would be able to maintain a safety distance. No matter how strong Suzimo was in melee combat, he would never be able to touch Jiang Yu. To begin with, the speed of a flying sword shot by a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely fast. Coupled with the fact that Suzimo was charging towards Jiang Yu, that sword reached him almost instantly. If it was anyone else, it would have been almost impossible for them to dodge that sword. They would either be dead or severely injured. However, Suzimo had his spirit perception and sensed it almost immediately after Jiang Yu struck. Furthermore, he noticed Jiang Yu's movements and determined the latter's intention instantly. Faced with the incoming flying sword, Suzimo did not dodge nor use Blood Quencher. Instead, he extended his jade-white palm. His arm was like an elephant's trunk, strong yet flexible, while his palm was like a cow's tongue, meeting the flying sword softly, a coil and a tremble. Clang. A jarring sound echoed from the sword. As though it was struck by some immense external force, it was almost destroyed. The spirit light on the sword dimmed and it was cast aside by Suzimo. When he saw that, Jiang Yu's expression changed starkly as his pupils contracted. He had long known that Suzimo's melee combat strength was frightening and he had a strong physique. However, he did not expect it to be this strong. Suzimo could actually come forth unharmed while defending against a superior grade flying sword with his bare hands. That was probably something that only a spirit demon at peak foundation establishment or a pure-blooded ferocious beast could achieve. How could a 3-meridian foundation establishment cultivator be in possession of such a strong physique? The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Su Zimo reached out and tossed the flying sword aside with a coil and a tremble. His wings flapped as the wind howled, but he did not slow down at all and was already 10 feet away from Jiang Yu. At this distance, Jiang Yu was already a dead man in Su Zimo's eyes. If he was against the mighty fiend heir of Overlord Palace, Pang Yu, who was similarly skilled in melee combat with an unparalleled physique, Su Zimo would not have the confidence to kill the latter. However, this cultivator of the Great Zhou dynasty was dead for sure. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. When he saw that he could no longer escape, he hurriedly withdrew a defensive gear from his storage bag and strapped it on his arm. It was a pair of steel braces. Injecting spirit energy into them, the braces shone with 3 spirit lights. They were superior-grade spirit weapons. Su Zimo's gaze flashed like lightning as he strode forward. Blood quencher that was in his hands sounded loudly and quivered. Take my slash. Swinging his arm without any stance, Blood quencher drew a perfect air in the air and descended from above with a horrifying might, flashing down with immense strength. Blood drained from Jiang Yu's face as he propped up both arms instinctively. The braces shone brightly above his head. Clang! There was a deafening sound. Jiang Yu's body shuddered and his feet wobbled. Nearly falling from the flying sword, his arms could not withstand the blow and shook while blood oozed from the side of his lips. Good, again. Su Zimo laughed and chopped down with blood quencher again. Clang! Jiang Yu's arms were nearly split apart and the sharpness of blood quencher was almost at his head. The blood stench emitted from the blade was suffocating. The spirit light of his braces flickered. After 2 consecutive slashes from blood quencher, that superior-grade spirit weapon was almost done for. Die! Su Zimo spat out coldly. As soon as he said that, blood quencher descended once more heavily against Jiang Yu's arms. Crack! 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 A series of cracks could be heard from within the braces. Right after, Jiang Yu's eyes dimmed as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his arms collapsing. Blood quencher descended and a cold blade sliced through Jiang Yu's head, causing a bloody scar. Sheeing. Jiang Yu's body split into 2 as he fell alongside the flying sword beneath him, blood and organs splattering everywhere. Another 6-meridian foundation establishment cultivator had died to blood quencher. Chapter 346, Su Zimo's Lifeline. Chapter 346, Su Zimo's Lifeline. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Flying swords streaked through the air one after another like shooting stars, shuttling through the crowd as the sounds of spirit arts colliding sounded. The entire battlefield was in chaos. The main reason why the Great Zhou faction could gain a momentary respite and upper hand in the clash against Great Shang was because Su Zimo had charged forth and slain Du and Mingda while attracting the attention of most of the Great Shang cultivators. In reality, Ji Yaoxue and the rest were thoroughly exhausted after escaping from the blood centipedes and the long journey thereafter. With the addition of the Great Xia dynasty, Ji Yaoxue and the others were in a precarious situation. The 6-meridian foundation establishment cultivator of the Great Xia dynasty, Guo Yi, had his sights fixed on Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak right away. After all, Ji Chengtian was a 5-meridian foundation establishment cultivator who was well versed in the 3 secret skills of Ethereal Peak. He was quite a tricky target with deal with given his agility and swordsmanship. The moment Guo Yi attacked, spirit arts and flying swords were thrown out at the same time, unleashing a flurry of attacks as he wanted to kill Ji Chengtian as quickly as possible. Swash! A beam of light streaked across the air, piercing towards Ji Chengtian who was in midair. Guo Yi was a skilled swordsman and possessed strong spirit energy. As such, the speed of his flying sword was extremely fast and not inferior compared to Ji Chengtian who had cultivated ethereal sword. Ji Chengtian's expression changed. If he was in his peak condition, he could attempt to dodge the attack using ethereal wings. However, by the time he sensed the sharpness of the sword chi, it was already too late to dodge. He could only wave his robes and summon flying swords to defend against the incoming attack. Clang. Two flying swords revealed themselves as they exchanged sharp blows, gliding against the other's blade while letting out a jarring sound and a stream of sparks. Ji Chengtian's flying sword was a supreme-grade flying sword that Su Zimo had gifted him. However, he was weaker than Guo Yi in terms of cultivation realm. Coupled with the fact that he was in an exhausted state, it was only natural that he was disadvantaged against Guo Yi. At the same time, Guo Yi's flying sword was a little strange. Unlike ordinary flying swords, it was three-pronged. The three-pronged sword had two holes that could hold down flying swords, sabers, and the likes. Right now, Ji Chengtian's flying sword was locked down by Guo Yi's three-pronged sword and quivered immensely, unable to break free. Hee. Guo Yi scoffed coldly as 6 spirit meridians appeared vaguely discernible beneath his shirt and spirit energy gushed rapidly like a river. With a clang, Ji Chengtian's supreme-grade flying sword was repelled by Guo Yi's three-pronged sword and fell to the ground not far away. The three-pronged sword continued stabbing with the momentum. In a hurry, Ji Chengtian flapped his ethereal wings hastily to sidestep the attack, but he was a step too slow. With a loud thud, a deep wound appeared on his shoulder, revealing his bones as blood flowed out like a fountain. His ethereal wings were pierced by the sword as well, shattering on the spot. Bang! Landing heavily on the ground, Ji Chengtian clenched his teeth and groaned, breaking out in cold sweat from the pain. "Senior brother Ji!" Little Fatty and the others yelled. Phew! The three-pronged sword attacked and stabbed straight at Ji Chengtian's head. Ah! With a furious howl, Little Fatty shook off the cultivators around him and swung his gigantic axe fiercely at the three-pronged sword. Clang! The three-pronged sword shone brightly and its blade quivered, repelling the gigantic axe instantly. Little Fatty was only at 3 Meridian Foundation establishment, a full 3 cultivation realms beneath Guo Yi, so he was naturally not a match for Guo Yi in terms of strength. If not for the fact that he had trained his physique regularly, the gigantic axe would have flown out of his hands. Even so, Little Fatty's palm was still torn and bled from the vibration. Swash! A few talismans landed in front of Ji Chengtian and suddenly shattered, forming layers of barrier. It was Lung Ru who had tossed out a couple of protection talismans. Crack! 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 The three-pronged sword pierced a few barriers consecutively before stopping. Ji Chengtian also seized the opportunity to leave the spot and was out of immediate danger. "I don't have many talismans left," Lung Ru whispered. Almost all of the remaining Great Dew cultivators, apart from Su Xiaoning, were injured. Surrounded in the midst of the Great Xia faction, they were almost at their limits. Suddenly, 3 reverberating bangs rang out from the air not far away. Many cultivators looked towards the voice instinctively and saw yet another 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, Jiang Yu, falling from midair after being slashed by Su Zimo. Pest! All the cultivators were shocked. Duan Mingda's death could have been attributed to his carelessness of underestimating the enemy. However, Jiang Yu's death was full proof of Su Zimo's strength. It was definitely not a simple coincidence for a 3 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator to kill 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in a row. In midair, Su Zimo could sense the change in the situation as he turned around slowly, sweeping over the battlefield with a cold gaze. "Great Xia dynasty, you guys truly have a death wish." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already flapped his wings while dragging the blooded blood quencher, charging towards the Great Xia cultivators. The crowd exploded in an instant and a commotion broke out. Su Zimo slew 2 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in a row and his aura right now was torrential. With an intense bloodlust and killing intent that was almost materialized emanating from his body, who would dare go against someone like that? No one even dared to meet his eyes. Bang! A Great Xia cultivator stood in midair on his flying sword and was unable to dodge in time. It took a single collision against Su Zimo for him to die on the spot without even being able to make a sound. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo arrived before Guo Yi. Swoosh! Blood quencher descended from above and the massive blade seemed as though it wanted to rip the void apart. Its monumental aura was unstoppable. Guo Yi looked terrible as he waved both hands to hurriedly maneuver his 3-pronged sword over as a defense. Clang! The saber and sword collided and the whole of the three-pronged sword held down Blood Quencher. Guo Yi's eyes lit up as he channeled spirit energy fervently. All 6 spirit meridians of his shone with a boundless spirit light and his dantian was throbbing in pain. As long as I can repel this Blood Quencher, Su Zimo will not be a threat at all. To Guo Yi, the perfect spirit weapon was the reason for Su Zimo's terrifying combat strength. Hands off! Guo Yi bellowed. Hands off! Su Zimo sneered and his bloodline rumbled. Channeling spirit energy, the 5 spirit patterns on his saber shone with a divine and bloody light, resembling a blood sun that shone with endless rays. Clang! Clang! Against the suppression of Blood Quencher, the three-pronged sword's spirit light flickered. It looked like it could crumble at any moment. Shatter! Su Zimo roared and with a twist of his arm, the saber trembled. Crack! Crack! The three-pronged sword creaked as cracks appeared on the blade and it shattered on the spot. Guo Yi was scared out of his wits and retreated hastily, his gaze landing on a great Dew cultivator nearby. When Jun Hao saw that, his pupils constricted as well. Their plan had failed. Su Zimo was way more terrifying than he had expected. They were bound to suffer a massive loss if that man did not die. Even if they managed to escape, their forces would be severely crippled and they would not be able to fight for treasures against other factions in the ancient battlefield. While Su Zimo was strong, Jun Hao was convinced that all humans had weaknesses. As long as he could locate Su Zimo's lifeline, he could deal a fatal blow to the latter. Narrowing his gaze, he caught sight of Su Xiaoning at the side and his eyes shimmered. Chapter 347, Direct Death. Chapter 347, Direct Death. Hidden in the crowd, Jun Hao gestured towards the direction of the Great Xia faction before pointing at Su Xiaoning beside him. 10 armored cultivators from the Great Xia faction understood his intentions and exchanged glances before nodding in secret. The 10 of them separated and mixed into the crowd. 5 of them wore light armor and controlled their flying swords while releasing spirit arts to attract the attention of everyone else. The other 5 cultivators wore heavy armor and were fully geared from head to toe. The armor alone weighed around 500 kilograms. It was obvious that those 5 on the ground were body-tempered cultivators. They wielded daggers and split up in different directions, approaching Su Xiaoning stealthily. In midair, Su Zimo swung Blood Quencher and tore into the crowd, ripping a blooded path by chopping up all cultivators who stood before him. Even 5 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators could not withstand a single slash from Su Zimo. Throughout the entire process, Su Zimo's eyes were fixed on Guo Yi. That was the only 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator on the battlefield. As long as he was dead, the others would naturally collapse. Su Zimo noticed that some Great Xia cultivators were behaving oddly. However, he merely glanced at them indifferently while continuing to hunt down Guo Yi with a raised saber. At the same time, Guo Yi could sense Su Zimo's killing intent. He knew clearly well that he was definitely not a match for Su Zimo in a one-on-one fight. However, he had a way to secure victory. His only chance was a girl from the Great Dew faction who was only at mid-stage Foundation establishment. If that girl met with danger, Su Zimo would naturally be distracted and reveal openings. At that time, it would be easy to take advantage of his weakness and kill him on the spot. If they could capture that girl alive, the situation would be even simpler. At that thought, Guo Yi took a deep breath and composed himself. A look of conviction flashed in his eyes. It depended on who was faster. If Su Zimo killed him faster, there was nothing he could complain about. However, if that mid-stage Foundation establishment girl were to land in their hands first, Su Zimo would be doomed and the Great Dew dynasty was bound to fall as well. To Guo Yi, the girl was already a bird in a cage. Most of the Great Dew cultivators around here had already been lured away, leaving a mere black wolf-like demon beast that was of no threat. Come on. Guo Yi was confident and no longer retreated. He retrieved a protection talisman from his storage bag and crushed it on the spot. At the same time, he summoned a glistening glass mirror and held it above his head. Swoosh! Blood Quencher came at him in a clean cut. Guo Yi's expression was resolute as streams of rich spirit energy rippled out of his fingertips, entering the glass mirror. The glass mirror expanded rapidly in a shade of dazzling gold like the sky, covering Guoyi's head. Clang! A distant sound echoed when Blood Quencher struck the glass mirror, resembling the bell of an old temple. Guoyi managed to block that slash momentarily with the glass mirror. However, his body shook violently and the power of the protection talisman dispersed in the aftershock. It was at that moment that Guoyi truly realized just how terrifying the power of Su Zimo's slash was. Before he could catch his breath, a second slash descended. A bloody glow crashed down, as though it wanted to split the sky above him. Guoyi was horrified as he glanced askance. Suddenly, his eyes went wild with joy when he caught sight of a scene on the other side of the battlefield. They made their move. The 5 great Xia cultivators had already made their move. Ha ha ha. Su Zimo, take a look. Your sister is about to die. Guoyi was laughing in a maniacal manner and his features were almost contorted. Right after, his laughter stopped and his heart sank. Su Zimo's blood quencher did not stop at all. His eyes were calm and there was no trace of panic or worry in them at all. In fact, Su Zimo did not even turn to look. How could that be? What went wrong? Guoyi looked to the other side of the battlefield instinctively. The next moment, his eyes were widened in shock, as though he had just witnessed the scariest thing in the world. His mouth opened up but he could not say a single word. It was as if someone had grabbed his throat. The 5 heavy-armored great Xia cultivators formed an encirclement around Su Xiaoning and were less than 10 feet away. All 5 of their gazes were subconsciously fixed on the demon beast beside her. It was covered with a cold, indestructible scale armor from head to toe and its tail was like a steel whip, carrying a sharp spike that shone with a chilling aura at its tip. Ever since the start of the battle, the demon beast had been by the girl's side and had never made a move. Right now, it was sprawled on the ground motionlessly. Even after a long time, its eyes seemed like they were closed, as though it was lazily asleep. The 5 of them glanced at the demon beast. Junhao gave a subtle nod. Attack! One of them shouted softly and the 5 of them split up in different directions. Charging forward at the same time, they arrived before Su Xiaoning within a couple of steps. Junhao, who was watching at the side, pretended to be shocked and exclaimed, "Watch out." In truth, it was too late even if the cultivators nearest to Su Xiaoning jumped in to assist her. A smug look flashed through Junhao's eyes. All of a sudden, Night Spirit, who was initially sprawled beside Su Xiaoning, opened its eyes, letting out 2 cold rays of light. Instantly, the temperature of the battlefield seemed to have dipped. It rose and with a single leap, extended a pair of front paws to welcome 2 incoming cultivators. Sharp claws extended stealthily from the gap between its fingers and shone with a cutting glint and a cold aura. A ferocious aura that was asphyxiating burst forth. Night Spirit was way too fast. The 2 of them merely felt their visions blur before one of them died on the spot with blood gushing out of his ripped throat. There were 5 holes in the steel helmet of the other person. Night Spirit had ripped through it and the person collapsed limply on the ground with brain juice flowing out. A black shadow streaked through the void. It was like a snake in the night, coiling around the throat of a cultivator before ripping forcefully. Crack, crack, crack. The person's throat was snapped on the spot. Immediately after, the black shadow continued darting around. Poof! One of the cultivators seemed to have been pierced by a steel whip as a cold light shone from his back. It was Night Spirit's tail. Heavy and steel armors were akin to paper against Night Spirit's claws and could not withstand a single blow. Snap! At the same time, Night Spirit opened its mouth and lunged forward, biting at the throat of the 5th cultivator. Tilting its head slightly, the person's head was snapped and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Everything had happened too quickly. It took less than a breath of time since Night Spirit took action. Furthermore, everything seemed to have been done at the same time. Even Su Zimo could not accomplish something like that. Every single part of Night Spirit's body was built to kill. In the blink of an eye, 5 great Xia cultivators were dead on the spot. All of them had widened eyes that were filled with confusion. Even at the last moment, they did not know what they had just encountered. Chapter 348, Defeated Departure. Chapter 348, Defeated Departure. The strong stench of blood filled the air, making one sick. Night Spirit's attacks caused the entire battlefield to pause for a moment. Jun Hao did not blink at all as his pupils constricted, focusing his sights on the 5 great Xia cultivators who were filled with blood from head to toe. He was seemingly shocked silly. All of a sudden, turning around slowly, Night Spirit's cold gaze landed on Jun Hao. Instantly, Jun Hao's breathing halted. For a brief moment, he felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. Night Spirit walked slowly and arrived before Jun Hao. Jun Hao's mind was blank right now as his limbs went cold. He could not move at all. Night Spirit's body was much taller than Jun Hao's and it was looking down at him from above. There was a cold intent in its eyes while its chilling tail swayed like a ghost at the back. Against Night Spirit, Jun Hao felt extremely pathetic, like an ant that could be stepped on at any moment. Horrified, cold sweat began rolling down his cheeks. His arms were trembling uncontrollably. Gripping his fists tightly, Jun Hao clenched his teeth to suppress the fear in his heart. To his shock, that only caused his arms to tremble even more violently. Night Spirit, hurry back. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded. Pausing for a moment, Night Spirit looked at Jun Hao indifferently. There was a hint of warning and a tinge of disdain within its eyes. It then turned around and slowly returned to the girl's side. The departure of that terrifying demon beast had Jun Hao feeling as though he had just brushed by the gates of hell. His clothes were drenched with sweat and he was weak all over, almost collapsing to the ground. He looked at Night Spirit with lingering fear. The violent demon beast that had let out its menacing claws earlier on was now sprawled obediently beside the girl, even letting her pet him with her jade-white hands. The girl's crisp voice sounded, "Thank you so much, Night Spirit. However, you can't go around scaring others. You have to be obedient." Night Spirit let out a deep growl as a form of acknowledgement. Right after, the girl turned towards Jun Hao and smiled apologetically. "Senior brother Jun, sorry. That's the way Night Spirit is. Please don't take it to heart." "IIT's fine," Jun Hao replied instinctively. Earlier on, he had truly sensed the killing intent from that demon beast called Night Spirit. If the girl hadn't called it back, he might be dead right now. The girl chuckled and continued, "Thank you for your warning just now, Senior Brother Jun. It's only right, ha. Ha ha." Jun Hao laughed dryly. Even though he had no mirror, he could sense how stiff his smile was. He felt a sense of relief. He merely gave that fake warning earlier on because he did not want to expose his identity prematurely. By the looks of it, he seemed to have gained Su Xiaoning's trust instead with his actions. Of course, even so, Jun Hao no longer dared harbor designs on Su Xiaoning. The demon beast at her side was way too terrifying. In fact, Jun Hao suspected that the reason why the demon beast was so hostile towards him was because it had sensed something. Darned beast. He cursed internally. On the battlefield, Blood Quencher crushed down with a scarlet glow as the sky that was formed from the glass mirror shattered, forming a huge crack. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the crack multiplied into its surroundings, covering the entire sky densely. The glass mirror was shattered. Guoyi fell from the sky and coughed with blood. He was looking at Night Spirit with widened eyes, filled with fright. The fact that Night Spirit had killed 5 great Xia cultivators also implied that he had lost his lifeline. Immediately after, Su Zimo cut down casually onto Guoyi's head. At this point, all 3 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators had died. The cultivators of the Great Xia and Great Shang factions were instantly defeated as they let out shouts and fled in all directions. With his ethereal wings, Su Zimo streaked through the skies and a scarlet glow shone repeatedly. Finally, he relented after killing more people continuously. The cultivators of the 2 dynasties fled in various directions and it was impossible if he wanted to eliminate them all. Furthermore, it would waste time if he were to continue hunting them. They were in the ancient battlefield after all and it was already getting late. Su Zimo was worried about other stuff. Finally, the battle royal between the 3 dynasties ended with the defeat of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties. Even though the Great Zhou dynasty was victorious, it was a tragic victory. Initially, Ji Yaoshua had 4 Great Zhou guards protecting here, but the battle cost 2 of them. Right now, there were 11 people remaining: Su Zimo and his sister, Ji Chengtian, Leng Ru and Little Fatty of Ethereal Peak, Ji Yaoshua and 2 Great Zhou guards, Jun Hao of Azure Frost Sect, Shi Jian of Southern Mountains Sect and Sai Yutong of Iridescent Clouds Palace. Of course, there was also Night Spirit. Out of the 11 of them, apart from Su Zimo, Su Xiaoning, Ji Yaoshua and Jun Hao, the other 7 were covered in blood and had injuries. Su Zimo said in a low voice, "Everyone, pack up and leave this place as soon as possible." "That's easy for you to say. How can we move?" Sai Yutong grumbled, "We're all injured now, suffering from pain everywhere and thoroughly exhausted. There's no way we can use Sword Kinesis flight." Su Zimo swept his gaze at him. Recalling the methods of this man before him, Sai Yutong could not help but shudder and shut up. Ji Yaoshua asked softly, "Zimo, should we rest here first?" "No." Su Zimo shook his head. "So many people died in this battle and the stench of blood is spreading. Many ancient living beings will definitely be attracted here, so we must not linger." After surviving a year in Kanglang mountain range, Su Zimo was clear of the rules there. However, the ancient battlefield was 10 times crueler than Kanglang mountain range. When they heard that, everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they could not help but look fearful upon recalling the moment they came across the blood centipedes. Su Zimo continued, "It's already close to evening now. If we don't look for a place to settle down before night, there's a high chance we'll find ourselves surrounded by ancient living beings. What should we do then?" As the skies darkened, the cultivators were also starting to feel uneasy and nervous. None of them had any ideas. Before entering the ancient battlefield, they were warned repeatedly by many seniors that birds, beasts, and terrifying living beings roamed the ancient battlefield at night. This was not a place where they should wander at night, or they would definitely be met with death. Pondering in silence for a moment, Su Zimo started moving to collect the storage bags of the other 2 dynasties. He would open every single storage bag for a look. Humph, someone was in a hurry to leave but is already busy collecting the spoils of war now, Sai Yutong could not help but remark softly. Little Fatty said coldly, "Sai Yutong, don't forget. If my bro didn't attack, you would have long been dead." Ji Yaoshua nodded as well. "It's only right that those storage bags belong to Zimo." She paused for a moment and continued, "However, I've got a feeling that he's looking for something." Right then, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he retrieved an exquisite spirit vessel from one of the storage bags. Injecting spirit energy into it, the spirit vessel expanded instantly and hovered in front of everyone. "Let's go. We'll board this spirit vessel and leave this place," Su Zimo waved. When they saw the spirit vessel, everyone was enlightened and exchanged glances. It was as though a rock had been lifted off their shoulders as they looked at Su Zimo with gratitude. Chapter 349, Clues of the Ruins. Chapter 349, Clues of the Ruins. At the borders of the ancient battlefield, a spirit light streaked through the air at an extremely fast speed. If one focused their gaze, they would be able to make out faintly a spirit vessel carrying 10 cultivators and a demon beast. At the bow of the vessel, a green-robed cultivator stood steering its direction. The green-robed cultivator was Su Zimo. On the spirit vessel, the injured cultivators had already bandaged their wounds simply and changed into new sets of robes. Only, they still looked pale, fatigued and weak. Everyone looked at the green-robed cultivator at front, filled with emotions and deep thoughts. It could be said that they would have all been dead for this ancient battlefield expedition if not for him. Right now, they did not even have the strength to ride on their flying swords. However, even after slaying 3-6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the battle, Su Zimo had the energy to control the spirit vessel, carrying everyone with it. His physique was truly something that shocked everyone. There was a hint of fear in the depths of Jun Hao's eyes. Before long, the spirit vessel stopped at the foot of a mountain. Leaping down, Su Zimo found a cave at the foot of the mountain based on the map. It was spacious inside and they could settle down temporarily. Once everyone entered the cave, Suzimo guarded the entrance to lay down formations. Even though everyone had stopped the bleeding from their injuries, the stench of blood would still spread. The living beings of the ancient era were extremely sensitive to such a smell and would definitely find their way here. Therefore, Suzimo had to lay down some simple array formations at the entrance of the cave to isolate the sounds and auras within before adding concealment formations. It was only then that they could be considered safe. These were all support formations and were relatively simple. Before night arrived, Suzimo was already done with them. Ji Yaoshua came over and said, "Zimo, let's take turns standing guard tonight." "That's right, bro. Take a rest tonight and we'll take turns standing guard. Don't worry." Little Fatty patted his chest and declared confidently. Throughout the entire process, everyone did not help much. They felt embarrassed and wanted to try their best to share Suzimo's burden. "There's no need." Suzimo waved his hand. "Rest well and regain your strength as soon as possible. Night Spirit will guard over here." At the mention of Night Spirit, a look of fear flickered through everyone's eyes. Even though it merely attacked for a brief moment during the battle in the day, it was way too shocking. If the feeling that Suzimo gave off to everyone was one of unpredictability, the feeling that Night Spirit gave off was one of fear. Nighttime. On this day, everyone had been through too much and were worn out physically and mentally. Now that they were finally relaxed, most of them fell asleep. Night Spirit rose and walked out of the cave stealthily. It melted into the darkness and vanished. Suzimo was not worried about Night Spirit. Its strength right now was equivalent to the peak of Foundation establishment. Furthermore, they were at the borders of the ancient battlefield right now and there was nothing that could threaten it. Sitting quietly in the cave, Suzimo tidied the day's gains. There were a total of 60 storage bags. Even though there were no supreme-grade spirit weapons within them, there were many superior-grade spirit weapons and plenty of elixirs. He chose a couple of perfect-grade elixirs and put them away for his own use while placing the rest together. After tidying everything, Suzimo took out a few maps and matched them. A fragrance wafted over as Ji Yaoshua came over and sat down beside him. "What's wrong? You can't get to sleep?" Suzimo turned his head slightly and asked in a soft voice. In the darkness, Ji Yaoshua pursed her lips and whispered, "Zimo, thank you, for today." "It's fine." He smiled. Ji Yaoshua relaxed at the sight of Suzimo's smile and asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "You came at the right time. Do you know of any clues to the ancient ruins?" he asked. Cultivating in the ancient battlefield was only one aspect. More importantly, it was obtaining the Meridian unlocking elixir along with other treasures and inheritances. All of those items only existed within the ruins of the ancient battlefield. "No." Ji Yaoshua shook her head. "Most of the ruins around the borders of the ancient battlefield have been looted entirely and there are few that are undiscovered. Take a look at this." Suzimo opened up the few maps in his hands and placed it before Ji Yaoshua, pointing to a red dot. "This location has been indicated on these few maps. I suspect that this is an ancient ruin that was discovered by the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties." "Indeed." Ji Yaoshua held up the few maps and matched them before nodding. Even though she was moved, there was a look of worry in her eyes. "We're currently shorthand. This ruin will definitely attract many factions and cultivators, leading to a cruel battle." "It's all right." Suzimo smiled gently. "There are no powerful sects and top-tier cultivators at the borders of the ancient battlefield. Furthermore, we've already destroyed a large part of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties' strength. They won't be a threat." "When should we set off?" Ji Yaoshua asked. 10 days from now." Suzimo replied in a deep voice, "Heal your injuries in the 10 days and stabilize your cultivation realm. Once everyone has recovered, we'll set off." The two of them chatted a little more before Ji Yaoshua went back to rest upon Suzimo's persuasion. Shifting his gaze, he looked towards Jun Hao in the crowd. He had a vague feeling that there was something amiss about Jun Hao. However, he could not kill the latter just because he looked strange without concrete evidence. However, Suzimo was certain that there was a great Xia dynasty spy of high status among the people remaining. Retracting his gaze, he smiled gently. No matter who the spy was, that person would not dare to behave recklessly from today on. Those tricks were nothing but a joke in the face of absolute strength. Late at night, a dark shadow entered from outside the cave stealthily without alerting anyone. Sensing something, Suzimo opened his eyes and glanced at Night Spirit. He could sense a blood stench emanating from Night Spirit's body, and it was somewhat familiar. It was the Blood Centipede King's aura. In that 6 hours, Night Spirit had returned to that desert and killed the Blood Centipede King. Suzimo chuckled. He was the only one who could guess what Night Spirit was thinking. In the day, Night Spirit had to protect Su Xiaoning and could not venture too far. It was most likely fed up that it could only run from those blood centipedes. Now that Suzimo was guarding this place at night, Night Spirit went over and killed that Blood Centipede King straight. Rising, Suzimo nodded to Night Spirit. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Now that Night Spirit had returned and was guarding the cave, Suzimo left the place. Due to the soundproof formation, it was quiet within the cave. The moment he left the cave, Suzimo heard the roars of beasts and the cries of birds. The world shook, the trees swayed and the grass rustled. It was as though there was some terrifying existence nearby that was absolutely frightening. It was a completely different world inside and outside the cave. Despite being in such an environment, Suzimo did not show the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he looked slightly excited and his blood was rumbling. At night, the world belonged to the ancient demon beasts. However, it also belonged to Suzimo. After all, from a certain perspective, Suzimo was a demon. Chapter 350, 7 Orifices. Chapter 350, 7 Orifices. After many years of cultivation, Suzimo had already made it a habit to only cultivate the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness at night. He had already attained greater mastery of the organs refinement section and had been cultivating the orifice clearing section for some time now. The orifices referred to the 7 on a person's head. For the majority of races, their heads were the most mysterious, important, and sensitive part of their bodies. Most beings would die instantly if their heads suffered immense damage. Legend has it that the Purple Residence, Heavenly Palace, and Immortal stage acupoints were located on the head. Even the essence spirit of the Immortal Tao and the yin spirit of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness were located in the depths of the head. However, that was a point Suzimo had not reached given his current cultivation realm. In the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the cultivation of the head came after cultivation of the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 organs. It was also a clear indication of the importance of the head. The 7 orifices of the head referred to the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness had to be cultivated one after another without any mistake in the order. If the 5 organs were not in harmony, the 7 orifices could not open up. One could only clear their orifices after refining their organs. By refining their organs, one could produce the essence chi of their organs, the so-called demonic chi. Once the 5 organs resonated with the 7 orifices, demonic chi would naturally pass through the orifices as well. Between the 5 organs and 7 orifices, the liver corresponded to the eyes, the kidney to the ears, the lungs to the nose, the spleen to the mouth, and the heart to the tongue. In other words, the essence chi of the 5 organs would clear through their corresponding orifices. The nurturing of demonic chi to flow through the orifices would allow one to attain lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section. At that point, they would be able to reach the realm of universal sight and hearing. Prior to this, the skin, flesh, tendons, bones and marrow would correspond to the 5 organs and form a minor heavenly cycle within the body. After clearing the 7 orifices, the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, 5 organs and 7 orifices will tri-correspond and form a major heavenly cycle within the body. At that point, greater mastery of the orifice clearing section will be achieved. By cultivating to that point, it would also mean that one would be able to form a demon inner core. Orifice clearing did not merely mean that one would be able to strengthen their vision, hearing, and the 5 senses. More than that, It was for the 7 orifices to connect through to the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and marrow, as well as the 5 organs, raising the strength of one's physique. Furthermore, after one attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, a major heavenly cycle would be formed in their body. That way, Suzimo's body would be more coordinated and harmonious. He would be agile as a swallow while carrying the weight of a bear. His movements and stability would coexist, melding toughness and gentleness. Meek as a virgin, he could burst like a rabbit. Every single movement of his 4 limbs would gather his entire body's power into a single spot, causing his strength to rise immensely. At the end of the orifice clearing section, you left a sentence. At this point of your cultivation, you would have perfected your technique and cultivated universal sight and hearing. With the help of the spirit perception, you will be able to avoid danger without seeing or smelling it. Be it whether you're moving, sitting, or lying down, your heart will be able to sense, and you will be able to defeat your enemies within 10 feet with your bare hand. Each time he saw the statement "die you left behind," Suzimo felt his blood boil. In other words, that sentence meant that he was invincible within 10 feet. Furthermore, Suzimo believed that the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness truly did possess such a capability. Although he had not attained greater mastery of the orifice clearing section, if he were to release his blood chi without hiding his demonic cultivation, there were truly not many cultivators who could go against him in an all-out battle within 10 feet. Suzimo arrived at the slope above the cave and swallowed a perfect-grade blood-flesh elixir. Assuming a lotus position, he closed his eyes and rich demonic chi gushed out from his breathing and exhalation, gathering around his body. Before entering the ancient battlefield, Suzimo had already cleared 4 of the 7 orifices, his ears, tongue, and nose. Right now, he was cultivating on clearing his mouth. 4 demon beasts like the heaven spirit lizard and the essence-devouring frog, their tongues were their greatest killing weapons. They could kill their enemies in a single breath, and their strength would naturally increase immensely after clearing their tongue orifice. However, Suzimo was a human after all, and the increase to his combat strength after clearing his ears, nose, and tongue orifices was not that obvious. But the mouth orifice was different. Suzimo had cultivated a sound secret skill, thunderclap kill. Even though it was an incomplete version, Suzimo's breathing was long and his lungs were strong. Once he cleared his mouth and nose orifices, the might of thunderclap kill was bound to increase further. That was a true killing technique, and it was also a trump card for Suzimo. On the slope, demonic chi surged into the sky, emanating a terrifying aura. If anyone were to see this, they would be shocked to see a vaguely visible human sitting in the midst of that thick demonic chi. At the borders of the ancient battlefield, there were almost no ancient living beings or demon beasts that could injure Night Spirit. Naturally, that also meant that only a rare few of them could hurt Suzimo. Most demon beasts chose to avoid the mountain when they sensed that formidable demonic chi. A night passed and not a single demon beast showed up around the cave. When morning arrived, Suzimo took a deep breath of air and the rumbling demonic chi re-entered his body through his nose and mouth. He opened his eyes and rose. When he stretched, his tendons and bones echoed at the same time with a series of crisp cracks. It was extremely bright. By the time Suzimo returned to the cave, Ji Yaoshue and the others were already awake. I told everyone else about our decision. We'll head out 10 days from now, Ji Yaoshue came forward and said. All right. Suzimo nodded. The cultivators grabbed some food casually and hurried to make good use of time to cultivate. It was the same for Suzimo as well. The moment he entered the ancient battlefield yesterday, he felt his 4th meridian surfacing vaguely. Coupled with that massive battle, it would probably take a few more days at most for him to unlock his 4th spirit meridian completely. During this period of time, Sai Yutong took a walk outside and upon returning, said with a serious tone, "This cave is really well hidden. Even after last night, there are no signs of birds or beasts nearby." Most people did not have any reaction when they heard that. However, some of them looked at Suzimo thoughtfully. For the next few days, Suzimo continued to head out at night and cultivated his mouth orifice. In the day, he would be in the cave, absorbing spirit chi to unlock his fourth spirit meridian. On the 7th day, a loud bang echoed from Su Zimo's body. Boom! Beneath his green robes, the fourth spirit meridian shone brightly and was crystal clear. Within it, spirit energy gushed, producing the sound of a tsunami wave. He was now a 4-meridian foundation establishment cultivator on the 7th day. On the 8th day, Su Xiaoning reached late-stage foundation establishment. On the 9th day, Leng Ru and Little Fatty unlocked their 4th spirit meridian as well. The few of them had the lowest cultivation realm. After entering the ancient battlefield, they benefited the most from the immensely rich spirit chi and were the first ones to break through. On the 10th day, someone else broke through. Ji Chengtian of Ethereal Peak unlocked his 6th spirit meridian. Starting from the 4th spirit meridian, it was increasingly difficult to unlock further meridians. In fact, many cultivators were stuck at 3-meridian foundation establishment for their entire lives without being able to advance. There were a few reasons why Ji Chengtian was the first among the 5-meridian foundation establishment cultivators to break through. In part, it was because he had accumulated enough resources and built up a strong foundation. Next, it was thanks to the secret skill of Ethereal Peak, Ethereal Foundation Establishment. Most importantly, he had a close brush with death in that battle 10 days ago. That triggered the potential of life from deep within his body, allowing him to have his current breakthrough. After 10 days, Su Zimo's group's strength had increased. As such, everyone's confidence in the expedition towards the ancient ruins increased as well. Seeing that everyone was ready, Su Zimo waved and dispersed the array formation of the cave, declaring in a deep voice, "Let's go." Chapter 351, Great Yu Dynasty. Chapter 351, Great Yu Dynasty. Su Zimo and the rest sped towards the ancient ruins marked on the map. During this period of time, they were attacked by birds, beasts, and ancient living beings as well. Thankfully, they managed to survive and reached the vicinity of the ancient ruins after 3 days. Many cultivators were gathered at the foot of a steep mountain. They were all dressed differently and it was clear that they were from different sects and factions. The seal of this cave abode is getting weaker. We'll probably be able to remove the seal before night falls. That's right. It won't be in vain that we've waited here for so long. Some of the groups contained dozens of people, but there were also small groups of less than 3. A single glance revealed that there were hundreds of people, either whispering in hushed tones or conversing loudly. Apart from Su Zimo's group, there were also other cultivators gathering towards this place and the crowd was increasing. Through the other cultivators, Su Zimo's group got to know that there was a concealment formation surrounding this ancient ruin previously. The cultivators who had entered the ancient battlefield previously did not manage to discover this place and that's why it was preserved. As time passed by, the concealment formation could no longer hold out and dissipated, revealing signs of the ruin. As such, the number of cultivators that discovered it increased. However, there was still a sort of seal surrounding the ruin that no one was able to dispel. Hence, they could only wait for it to dissipate on its own. By the looks of it, this should be a cave abode left behind by a golden core. I wonder what treasures are inside. Hopefully, there's a meridian unlocking elixir. Of course, it'll be even better if there are supreme-grade spirit weapons. Perhaps there's even a perfect spirit weapon. Yes, looking at the seal outside this cave abode, this golden core wasn't someone weak in the ancient era. There's a possibility that he may have left behind a perfect spirit weapon. There were different types of ruins in the ancient battlefield. Some of them were cave abodes left behind by ancient cultivators such as the one before them. There were also ruins of sects that would contain a myriad of secret skills and elixir recipes, some of which may have already been extinct. The first goal of all cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield was the meridian unlocking elixir. For Foundation establishment cultivators, the meridian unlocking elixir was a treasure that had long been lost in Tianhuang mainland. Each time a meridian unlocking elixir showed itself, it would lead to a bloody battle. Su Zimo brought Ji Yaoxue and the others to the foot of the mountain where they settled down at an empty space, waiting for the seal to dissipate. He gazed at the cave abode at the top of the mountain in deep thoughts. Little Fatty analyzed, I don't think there's anything good in a cave abode left behind by a golden core. There's a higher chance of finding a meridian unlocking elixir in the ruins of a sect. That's not for sure. Suzimo shook his head. Anyone who can dominate the ancient battlefield and leave behind an inheritance cave abode is far from simple. Furthermore, the fact that the seal of this cave abode did not dissipate for so long is proof that there must be great treasures within. As time passed by, the aura of the seal outside the cave abode weakened and the number of cultivators increased. Although everyone was fine now, the tension at the foot of the mountain was getting increasingly heavy. The reason why there was no conflict was because the treasures were not seen yet. It was almost certain that blood would be spilled the moment a rare treasure showed itself. Suddenly, a commotion broke out from the crowd as they dispersed while a group of cultivators with cold expressions wearing dark metal armor strode through. It's the Great Yu dynasty. We have to be careful later. Ji Yaoshua looked at the dozens of cultivators nearby and whispered, their leader should be the prince of the Great Yu dynasty. Right as Ji Yaoshua said that, the Great Yu prince turned around, seemingly sensing something. When he saw Suzimo and the rest, there was a flash of mockery in his eyes. That's all the people you have left. Seems like the Great Yu dynasty has suffered quite a heavy loss in just over 10 days. The Great Yu prince chuckled. I'll give you guys a suggestion. Stay away from this mess and you might be able to return to Great Yu alive. Otherwise, foo-foo. Don't worry about it. Ji Yaoshua's tone was calm. The Great Yu prince's eyes lit up when he caught sight of Ji Yaoshua's appearance. A strange glint flashed in his eyes as he laughed evilly. How may I address you, beauty? Right after, he looked around and caught sight of Lung Ru and Su Xiaoning, causing the evil glint in his eyes to intensify. Not bad, not bad. The Great Yu prince laughed as he rubbed his hands together. You guys come in all shapes and sizes and each has your own merits. I like it, foo-foo. Insolent. Jun Hao bolted upright and shouted with a sullen expression, this is the princess of Great Yu. How dare you speak such filthy word? Su Zimo frowned. Although Jun Hao seemed like he was chiding the Great Yu dynasty, he was exposing Ji Yaoshua's identity at the same time. It was hard to tell if his action was justified. No wonder. The Great Yu prince burst into laughter and stared at Ji Yaoshua's flawless face with darkened eyes. His gaze seemed illusory as he said, that's an aura that only a princess can possess. For some reason, Ji Yaoshua felt her head spin when she met with the Great Yu prince's gaze. She felt drowsy and was losing her consciousness. All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of Ji Yaoshua, blocking her from the Great Yu prince's gaze. Ji Yaoshua shrugged her head and took a deep breath, regaining clarity in her eyes. There was a hint of regret in the depths of the Great Yu prince's eyes. Su Zimo said indifferently, just a word of advice, don't seek trouble for yourself. The Great Yu prince frowned as he looked at the scholarly green-robed cultivator standing between the both of them. Narrowing his gaze, he commanded coldly, get lost. Focusing his gaze, the aura around Su Zimo changed all of a sudden. It was as if a strong stench of blood was being exuded from Su Zimo, causing one's heart to palpitate. To the Great Yu prince, the frail scholar in his eyes had suddenly turned into a mighty fiend celestial that had emerged from hell, trampling over mountains of corpses and blooded oceans with a repressive aura. His heart almost popped out of his throat from the shock of meeting Su Zimo's gaze. Clang! Clang! The guards beside the Great Yu prince stood forward instinctively, unsheathing the sharp blades around their waist as they glared at Su Zimo nervously and cautiously. Suddenly, the mountain that they were standing on quaked and an ancient aura dissipated, revealing a cave abode on the middle of the mountain. The eyes of many cultivators lit up. The seal had dissipated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many cultivators summoned their flying swords and soared into the skies. There were more than 1,000 of them as they sped towards the cave abode in a dense pack. Those who entered the cave abode first naturally had the advantage to obtain the treasures before the others. Su Zimo retracted his gaze and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. He turned to Ji Yaoshua and everyone else, waving his hand. Let's go. The Great Yu Prince looked hateful as he ordered coldly, "Let's fight for the treasure first. We'll deal with this person later." Bang! The cultivators who arrived at the cave abode first struck and shattered the entrance. Amidst the rolling dust, everyone rushed inside. Chapter 352, Quasi-Carnate Spirit Weapon. Chapter 352, Quasi-Carnate Spirit Weapon. Inside the cave abode, an ancient aura gushed out, and the only things that could be seen were 5 dark tunnels leading deep into the unknown. The cultivators who entered the cave abode paused, looking hesitant. All 5 tunnels looked identical, and nobody knew which one would lead to a meridian unlocking elixir or other treasures at the end. They could only try their luck. However, if they chose the wrong tunnel, there was a high chance they would return with nothing. They only had one chance. Many cultivators hesitated for a moment before choosing a tunnel to rush inside. The Great Yu cultivators entered, marching neatly and disciplined. A single look could tell that they were iron-blooded warriors. Split into 5 teams and enter the different tunnels. Return here immediately if you find nothing. The Great Yu Prince's voice rang. Understood. The Great Yu cultivators replied in unison. Ji Yaoshue and the others instinctively looked at Su Zimo. Unknowingly, he was long regarded as the commander of the expedition by everyone. The safest way would naturally be to split up like the Great Yu dynasty. That way, the chances of them finding treasures would increase as well. However, there were only 11 of them. Once they separated, their strength would be divided and they could be easily killed given the chaotic situation. A look of determination flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "We'll split up. I'll take the second tunnel from the left alone while the 10 of you choose another tunnel." Even if he was alone, Su Zimo was confident that he could escape unscathed. Among the 10 people of Ji Yaoshue's group, most of them were at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment and Ji Chengtian was at 6. Furthermore, Night Spirit would be with them and they would be able to defend themselves if they met with danger. Su Xiaoning closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings before saying suddenly, "Let's take the 4th tunnel from the right." Along the journey, Su Xiaoning rarely spoke nor gave suggestions. Her sudden decision surprised everyone. Ji Yaoshue pondered for a while before nodding. "We'll listen to Xiaoning. She's the only elixir refinement master among us." She paused for a moment before turning to Su Zimo with a worried expression. "Be careful too, Zimo. Don't worry. I'll look for you guys as soon as possible." After saying that, he patted Night Spirit on the head and sped towards the 2nd tunnel in a flash. Ji Yaoshue and the others followed suit and rushed towards the 4th tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the hall of the cave abode was empty, leaving only a mess. Even though the cave abode had 5 tunnels, there were even more cultivators who had entered and each tunnel had more than 200 cultivators in them. Condensing his ethereal wings, Su Zimo sped forward and overtook a group of cultivators before long. Bang! Boom! Bang! There was a loud crash ahead. Su Zimo looked over and saw that there was a stone chamber at the end of the tunnel. The cultivators who had arrived first were already working together to break the door. However, the stone door was extremely thick and shone with a metallic luster. Even after countless years, it did not corrode and was still indestructible. Against the impact of many spirit arts and weapons, the stone door shook endlessly and dust fell. However, it refused to go down. Splash! Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of a tsunami wave mixed with rolling thunder could be heard above the heads of the cultivators, echoing in a terrifying manner. Right after, a figure flew past their head and crashed against the stone door heavily. Bang! There was a deafening noise. Under countless frightful gazes, that thick stone door was shattered by that figure and crumbled on the spot into a pile of rubble. Pest! The cultivators gasped. Was that even a human? After smashing the stone door, Su Zimo entered the chamber without hesitation. It was a spirit weapon chamber. The stone chamber was extremely spacious and there was a crack as thick as an arm on the ceiling. It crossed the entire room and one could see the skies outside that was gradually darkening. There were many spirit weapons in the stone chamber. Most of them were flying swords, but there were also armors, shields, and other defensive spirit weapons. They were mostly scattered on aged stone racks. At a glance, there were hundreds of them. When the cultivators rushed in and caught sight of the spirit weapons, their eyes reddened slightly with greed. Snat! Without any hesitation, the cultivators started fighting for the spirit weapons on the stone racks. 3 superior-grade spirit weapons. Ha ha ha. This is a supreme-grade flying sword. The heavens are on my side. Suzimo was calm and unhurried. His eyes were clear and shone with a glint as he swept his gaze across the spirit weapons on the stone rack. To be fair, he did not have much of an interest towards spirit weapons. That was unless they were perfect grade or the legendary carnate spirit weapons. However, the chances of him coming across a carnate spirit weapon in a cave abode at the borders of the ancient battlefield was extremely slim. Suzimo was merely looking around to see if there were any perfect spirit weapons. All of a sudden, his gaze landed on a gigantic dark bow. The bow was placed in a corner and looked extremely ordinary and inconspicuous. However, it was almost night outside and the moon was hanging high in the sky. The cool and gentle moonlight shone through the crack on the ceiling and spilled onto the gigantic dark bow. A ray of moonlight slid down the curve of the bow, revealing that there was no dust on it at all. Suzimo's eyes lit up. Swash! With a swift motion, he sprinted towards the corner. Lifting the gigantic bow in the blink of an eye, he injected spirit energy into it. Bam! The bow quivered and let out a trembling sound that rattled one's heart. 5 beams of spirit light shone on the gigantic bow. 5 spirit patterns. It was a perfect spirit weapon. Suzimo was elated. There were 3 small words etched inside the bow. Moon concealment bow. Right after, Suzimo's heart stirred as he exclaimed softly. Behind the 3 words was a faint spirit pattern that emitted a soft glow. It was barely discernible against the 5 spirit patterns. This is a carnate spirit pattern. Suzimo was shocked. He finally understood the crack on the ceiling of the stone chamber existed. The direction of the crack was aligned to the moon's trajectory. Every night, moonlight would spill onto this gigantic bow, nourishing it. In the ancient battlefield where the spirit chi was so rich, there could only be a single reason why the owner of the cave abode did this. He was trying to make use of the moon essence and the ancient spirit chi to create a carnate spirit weapon. However, it was a pity that the carnate spirit pattern was not fully formed and could only be considered as half-nourished. The moon concealment bow could only be considered as a quasi-carnate spirit weapon. Suddenly, Suzimo felt a sense of danger as he sensed scorching gazes piercing his back. The stone chamber seemed to have gone quiet all of a sudden. The 5 spirit lights emanating from the moon concealment bow were completely exposed to the other cultivators, attracting everyone's attention. A perfect spirit weapon, a treasure that even golden cores would bleed for. No one spoke and everyone's breathing became heavier. Chapter 353 Might of Moon Concealment. Chapter 353 Might of Moon Concealment. Kill. Finally, some of the cultivators could not hold back anymore and struck, conjuring hand seals and pointing towards Suzimo. Swoosh. A fiery fireball flew over. Clang. Clang. The sound of swords clanging rang as countless spirit lights flashed. In the blink of an eye, the stone chamber was filled with sword chi that were all directed towards a single person, Suzimo. The cultivators who struck came from different factions and sects. However, all of them had a tacit understanding at that moment. To them, even a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would die without a doubt against such furious attack. The fiery fireball shot by and the air crackled from the heat. Bang! Suddenly, Suzimo extended his palm and trails of lightning wrapped around his arm as he grabbed the incoming fireball. His palm was unharmed. Spirit arts of that level could not threaten Suzimo at all. Perhaps, he might have been more concerned if they were cast by a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. When the cultivators saw that, their pupils constricted. Right after, everyone's vision blurred. Suzimo had already vanished from where he was. Bang! 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 A bloody path appeared within the crowd as people were knocked away by a tremendous force, turning into blood mists. Some of them smashed against the stone walls, bleeding from head to toe with broken bones. Some of them were ruptured before they could even react and died on the spot. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo had already charged into the crowd. Within a stone chamber as such, Suzimo's melee combat strength was thoroughly maximized. A great yew cultivator on the left slashed over. Suzimo sidestepped and threw out a punch, striking his enemy right in the chest. Snap! The person's chest sank in and a bone-crushing sound could be heard. Flying from the spot, the person's eyes dimmed and he died on the spot. Suddenly, Suzimo retreated furiously. Focusing his strength on his back, he leaned backwards with an explosive force. A cultivator behind him was sent flying and exploded into a blood mist in midair. Suzimo's footsteps changed continuously and he took another sidestep. Ramming his knees straight, he zigzagged forward and trampled a cultivator into two. Mountain Reliance, Sanguine Ape Fist Seal and Divine Steed Dismemberment were all killing moves of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness. Anyone who was struck was bound to die. All of those moves were cultivated in life and death situations, nourished through the baptism of blood, and each of them exemplified the maximum prowess of their respective demon kings. Suzimo tossed and turned in the crowd, and with every step he took, chaos ensued. He barged left and right with a torrential aura, and no one was a match for him at all. All of a sudden, Suzimo's mind flashed with a warning within that extremely chaotic battlefield. A barely perceptible sound pierced towards the back of his head. Suzimo would not have heard it if he had not cleared his ear orifices. Without thinking twice, he released ethereal wings and soared into the air while curling into a ball. Swoosh! 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 A streak of blue light shot past Suzimo's feet, giving off a pungent stench. It was a chain of needles as thick as a cow's hair. Oh! It's poisoned. Suzimo narrowed his eyes. If it was any ordinary poison, Suzimo would have nothing to fear. His spirit perception did not warn him at all, even when he was tainted with the blood of the Blood Centipede King. However, his spirit perception gave off a warning against this chain of bright blue poison needles. The poison was either so strong that even his bloodline could not endure it, or it had to be very famous. Before Suzimo could finish that thought, the poison needles landed in the crowd and struck a few cultivators who did not manage to dodge in time. Their expressions changed and their foreheads turned black instantly. Before they could take a few steps, they turned black from head to toe and collapsed to the ground, dying from the poison. The entire process took less than 3 breaths. What a strong poison! Suzimo swept his gaze across the crowd and could not help but frown when he could not find the perpetrator. Mystify. Suddenly, he extended his arm and a ball of lightning condensed in his palm. The ball exploded in front of everyone in a blinding manner. Thunder rumbled and echoed back and forth within that stone chamber, turning increasingly clear and deafening. The thunder art of the Void Thunder Manual could make use of the explosiveness of thunder to blind the 5 senses of a cultivator. Worried about the safety of Ji Yaoshue and the others, Suzimo had no intention of getting held back by the cultivators in the stone chamber. Furthermore, there was even a cultivator that was like a viper hidden in the midst. With the help of Mystify, he charged out of the stone chamber in a flash and sped out the tunnel he came from. Chase! He has a perfect spirit weapon. We can't let him run just like that. Many cultivators adapted through Mystify and shouted together, riding on the flying swords as they chased through the tunnel. In the crowd, a skinny man that looked extremely ordinary glared at Suzimo's back view. A cold light flashed through his eyes and he followed the others in the pursuit. Within the tunnel, flying swords and spirit arts were shot out continuously. Suzimo was extremely annoyed. Suddenly, he recalled the quasi-carnate spirit weapon he had just obtained and retrieved the moon concealment bow from his storage bag. Arrow, load, and strung bow like a full moon. The entire action was done in one go, and the 5 spirit patterns on the moon concealment bow shone with a cold and gentle gleam, resembling a full moon. Phew! 3 arrows shot out in succession, but there was only a single sound streaking through the void. The cultivator at the front of the chase was a 6 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivator. When he saw Suzimo load the arrow, He was already prepared and crushed a protection talisman instantly. Poof! There was a crisp sound. The moment the protection talisman was formed, it was pierced by an arrow. That person's head was pierced as well and exploded on the spot. A cultivator behind the person was totally unprepared and was struck by the arrow, which still had momentum, falling from midair. Confident of his heavy armor, a Great U cultivator did not reduce his speed while injecting spirit energy furiously, causing his armor to shine with 3 spirit lights. It was a superior grade defensive spirit weapon. Poof! An arrow tore through the air and pierced the person's armor instantly. The person's heart-protecting mirror shattered and a blooded hole appeared in his chest where blood spurted out. Taking a few more steps forward, that person landed heavily on the ground with widened eyes, unable to die in peace. Suzimo was secretly shocked at the sight. The might of the moon concealment bow was astonishing, and it could even destroy the defense of a superior-grade spirit weapon with ease. Its killing potential was even greater than Bloodquencher. There was no wonder why it was a quasi-carnate spirit weapon. With 3 arrows, 5 cultivators, including a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, were already killed. The cultivators who were hot on Suzimo's tail slowed down immediately as no one wanted to run in front. If the green-robed cultivator ahead were to turn back and fire a couple more arrows in this narrow tunnel, they were bound to die as they were all squeezed with nowhere to hide. With that delay, Suzimo had already run further and further. Returning to the hall of the cave abode, Suzimo looked around, but he did not find Ji Yaoshue and the others. Instead, he saw quite a number of cultivators coming forth from the other tunnels, heading into the 4th tunnel from the left. That was the tunnel that Ji Yaoshue and the others had chosen. I heard it's an elixir chamber at this side and there's a meridian unlocking elixir. Hurry. We'll miss it if we're too late. When he heard those comments, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. Roar. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the depths of that tunnel, chilling as though it was a god of war from hell. Night Spirit. Suzimo narrowed his gaze. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the 4th tunnel in a flash. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.